never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Thousands of workers at California's largest school district are on strike. Christina spoke as thousands of LA school district workers walk off the job on Tuesday.
With what's happening, I know the mental health of the workers is so much affected. And this is what we need for us to be able to work better for the district.
Local 99 SEIU, which represents 30,000 support employees like bus drivers, custodians, and teachers' aides, called for the strike after more than a year of failed contract talks. Wall Street closed higher ahead of the Federal Reserve's looming decision on interest rates. Policymakers are weighing another rate hike while addressing concerns about the banking system during a two-day meeting. The White House says it's time to get rid of junk fees.
President Biden is pushing Congress to get rid of what he calls junk fees. Those are hidden fees that add to the prices of concert tickets, hotel rooms, and airfare. Top White House economists say the fees cost Americans tens of billions of dollars each year. Lael Brainerd, director of the National Economic Council, says they take real money out of the pockets of Americans and distort competition. I'm John Schaefer.
Delta Airlines is going to start a flight academy in a bid to combat an airline pilot shortage. The air carrier says the first set of students will begin training in June. Its partner will be Skyborne Airline, and that company's facility in Florida will host the training. President Biden is taking action on what he calls an historic conservation plan.
When we conserve our country's natural gifts, we're not just protecting the livelihoods of people who depend on them. We're protecting the heart and the soul of our national pride.
During the White House Conservation and Action Summit, Biden announced he's establishing 2 national monuments in Nevada and Texas. The protected areas include Kastner Range in El Paso and the sacred tribal site Avikwame in southern Nevada. This is USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
Oh,
Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life. If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
The U.S. is accelerating the timeline to get tanks to Ukraine as Russia's invasion rages on. Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Pat Ryder said a decision has been made to send an older model of Abrams tanks to Ukraine as soon as this fall. The original plan included only sending a newer version of the tank, which would have taken well over a year. The U.S. still plans to send 31 of the modern versions of the Abrams tanks. Ryder said it's important to get combat capability to Ukrainians sooner rather than later. A tennis superstar is speaking out after missing several U.S. tournaments due to a vaccination decision.
Tennis great Novak Djokovic, who has missed several tournaments in the U.S. because he refused to get a COVID vaccine, says he has no regrets about his decision.
It's a pity that I wasn't able to play Indian Wells, Miami. I love those tournaments. I had plenty of success there. But at the same time, it is the conscious decision I made, and I knew that there is always a possibility that I won't go.
He told CNN he hopes the U.S. will change its policy on allowing unvaccinated people from other countries in before the U.S. Open, which he calls his favorite U.S. tennis tournament.
Correspondent John Schaefer. And former President Trump is, quote, sad, but not afraid about potentially being indicted by New York City prosecutors over a hush money payment made to porn star Stormy Daniels. That's what Trump lawyer Alina Habba told reporters. That grand jury in that case is set to reconvene on Wednesday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this whole ride. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, thank you so much. Don't mind if we do. Let's get her started here. Welcome, welcome. Let's all gather around. Got a full 5 hours coming your way live. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, a little misty rain outside the secret bunker, but not a bad night as we close out the first full day of spring. Yeah, 46 degrees, about where we would be normally this time of year. There is some concern about a lot of rain over the next several days. Parts of the Ohio Valley, Indiana, Kentucky, Southern Illinois, what they call hydrologic outlook. Widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain as we head toward the end of the week. But for the moment, we're just entering Hump Day. All right. Hey, Mike. That would be the 22nd day of March, and we will respectively, from time zone to time zone, work our way in. So, hope your week's going well. Once you get through Hump Day, it's already time to start looking toward the weekend. Meanwhile, our latest, what do they call it? Atmospheric river impacting parts of California once again. Southern California in the crosshairs tonight. And some of the latest updates of the last several hours. Gusty storms in San Francisco, hampering air travel in the area. Nearly 100 cancellation and hundreds of delays reported at San Francisco International. They actually had a ground stop issued a little after 5:30 California time a few hours ago. The airport remaining under a ground delay through 12:59 a.m. Pacific time Wednesday. So several more hours. The average delay, due to high winds, 253 minutes. So we're talking over 4 hours right now, according to FlightAware. 184 departing flights, 219 delayed so far. Another 50 departures, 35 arrivals canceled there. The national parks in California, Sequoia and Kings Canyon, have been buried by heavy snow in recent weeks, although the deepest snow pale in comparison to the massive sequoia trees that grow in the Sierra Nevada. The parks are located in the southern extent of the Sierra Nevada at an elevation over 6,000 feet. Once again, facing heavy snow. Crews have spent the last several days preparing for this event. According to the Park Service, cross your fingers that we don't sustain much new damage. People have been working hard, digging out from the latest storm, the last storm, but they have also been using sandbags to prevent melting snow from flooding buildings in the mountainous areas there. Again, from the National Park Service. Look at these wind numbers we have seen through the day, Tuesday. Top wind speed 118 miles per hour. That was Hopper Canyon. Winds have remained incredibly strong throughout the day, and that's what the ground stop's been about there. Multiple reports of wind gusts topping 100 miles per hour. Highest reports came from the Central Coast and the Los Angeles area. As I mentioned, a 118 mile per hour gust at Hopper Canyon, just outside of San Bernardino. Other wind gust, best seen 100 miles per hour The San Guillermo Mountain, 105. Magic Mountain at 102. In Loma Prieta, about 20 miles south of San Jose, gusts reaching 89 miles per hour, nearly beating the top gust of 97 that they saw with last week's storm. In the southern coast and San Diego areas, top wind gust reported right now between 60 and 65 miles per hour. Meanwhile, first responders in San Bernardino jumping into action Tuesday. Water rescues during the morning hours. Firefighters and paramedics called in about 11:40 a.m. Pacific time for a vehicle reportedly trying to cross high water before it was swept away in the current northwest of San Bernardino. Turn around, don't drown. How many times can we hear that message? The sole occupant of that vehicle self-extricated to make it to dry ground. Responders did make contact after they found an access route. He was being evaluated for hypothermia. All right, power outages continue to climb well into the tens of thousands and so much higher. We're talking nearly 250,000 customers without power as of 5 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. And that, of course, in relation to those incredibly high winds. We'll follow our latest atmospheric river. Meanwhile, this is the system that will progress between now and the end of the week and make its way across the country, bringing with it the threat for severe weather, some strong storms again, possibly in store for the south, flooding rains, again, from parts of the Ohio into portions of the Mississippi Valley. The winds are really going to be whipping, wind advisories and even high wind warnings through parts of southern Colorado, a good chunk of central and northern New Mexico, on over into the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region, areas through Arizona, Southern California, all under wind advisories with our latest storm system. All right, with the much anticipated, will the former president be arrested? I guess the reports that we were sharing 24 hours ago that it might not happen this week appear to be correct. As it turns out, nothing transpiring this past day. Best of my understanding, there is an additional witness that will be addressing the grand jury Wednesday morning. The latest reports say former President Trump will likely be indicted by the end of the day Wednesday. But he will not be appearing in court probably until next week. That, again, according to the new report from the UK Daily Mail, said the grand jury convened by the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is expected to hand up its indictment today. Of course, as we all know, over the weekend, Trump Saturday predicting his arrest on Tuesday. The Daily Mail report quoted a source that did not name as saying there will be no arraignment this week. Instead, there will be conversations among the district attorney's office, Trump, and the Secret Service working out the logistics for his surrender. Apparently, they have had that meeting. They've discussed a whole bunch of stuff about putting extra lighting out there, how they're going to put more barriers in place, sending in the special response teams. The NYPD is going to do what they do when the United Nations comes into town with stepped-up security. But they don't even think it's going to happen this week, according to that source. The Mail reports the indictment could be delayed depending on a possible witness. Who's this last mystery witness? The indictment may happen, but they don't think Trump comes this week, according to the unnamed source. I'm told there's an additional witness who's going to testify Wednesday. So if there is an indictment, it's not going to happen until at least late Wednesday or maybe even Thursday. So they think Trump probably comes next week. Yeah, Trump would need to fly from Florida, where he lives, to New York City, where he would be arraigned, fingerprinted, and have a mugshot taken. According to the New York Times, The procedures for processing the former president are likely, obviously, to be different due to security, meaning Trump is not likely to be put in a cell or handcuffed. After the arraignment, Trump would be released on his own recognizance. A trial would not take place for several months, which would mean, of course, as he campaigns for the White House next year, he would also be facing charges in court at that time. The Times reports speculated that an indictment would be likely no sooner than Wednesday afternoon. Of course, police have been preparing since last week. According to NBC News, the payment to Stormy Daniels was not illegal, but the investigation is focused on how it was recorded in the Trump Organization's financial records. Of course, Stormy Daniels claiming she had an affair with Trump, something he's denied, but you had the former Trump attorney Michael Cohen, who made the payment, then submitted invoices to be paid, citing an agreement for legal expenses. Again, this according to NBC. As the outlet outlined it, the charge that will be likely under New York law would be the falsification of business records. Of course, Cohen has testified to the grand jury on behalf of the prosecution, earning him attacks from Trump and via the Truth Social platform. Trump pretty much laid out a scathing post there on Monday night into Tuesday morning. In the history of our country, there cannot have been a more damaged or less credible witness at trial than the fully disbarred lawyer and felon, Michael Cohen. The Southern District of New York wrote a scathing assessment of him, including stating Michael Cohen is a lawyer who, rather than setting an example of respect for the law, instead chose to break the law repeatedly over many years and in a variety of ways. And each of his crimes involved deception. And deception and lying is what he's doing right here, says Trump. Of course, he does have that record of lying and deception, and yes, he is a felon. Meanwhile, we'll get to our, obviously, top industry headline. Everybody talking about the big announcement this past day. And Eskimo Mom's going to chime in on this out of the box. I didn't realize. I think she, did you work for U.S. Express? Knight-Swift Transportation agrees to acquire U.S. Express Enterprises for $6.15 per share, per the announcement. That puts the value at about $808 million, excluding transaction costs. It's been unanimously approved by the board of directors of Knight-Swift and a special committee of the independent directors of the U.S. Express board of directors, the special committees. Transactions expected to close late in the second quarter or early third quarter of this year, subject to customary closing conditions. But how big is too big? Someone posted earlier, never forget the bigger you are, the harder they fall. Just how many trucks will this bring the likes of Knight-Swift into? We have all that, which we'll break down coming up here. And it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, some of the highlights from the story. Knight-Swift revenue, the base is going to grow by nearly 30%. U.S. Express stockholders will receive a 310% premium over U.S. Express closing stock price on March the 20th, 2 days ago. U.S. Express Special Committee determined the compelling cash consideration maximizes the value for U.S. Express stockholders. U.S. Express brand and separate operations, at this point, they say, will continue. And one final highlight, Knight-Swift's growth and diversification strategy remains intact, with low leverage and strong cash flows to support ongoing national LTL build-out and full range of capital allocation alternatives. You had statements from the CEO of Knight-Swift, the CEO of U.S. Express, and a spokesperson for the special committee for the board there at U.S. Express. But what does this mean? A slide presentation that contains some additional information about the transaction and the goals posted to Knight-Swift's investor relations site. Based on last year's results, U.S. Express is expected to add approximately $2.2 billion in total operating revenue, including $1.8 billion in truckload revenue. It will add 7,200 tractors and 14,400 trailers to Knight-Swift's consolidated enterprise. After the transaction, Knight-Swift's consolidated revenue run rate is expected to approach $10 billion, while the truckload fleet will then have approximately 25,000 tractors and 93,000 trailers. For 2022, U.S. Express total revenue comprised approximately 36% dedicated truckload, 34% U.S. Express irregular route truckload, 14% total transportation of Mississippi irregular route truckload, and 16% brokerage. Yeah, numbers, but a company with 25,000 tractors, 93,000 trailers. All right, Eskimo Mom, out of the box. Hey, what do you think?
Yes, I got a phone call this morning from dispatch about 11:30, telling me about the acquisition, and it's like a lot of us were just like going, okay. Sometimes the rumor mill goes, but now the rumor mill is now true. But as far as we know at this point, it's not going to change on our end. and we're still going to be U.S. Express. We're still going to be running our tractors, running our dedicateds, and everything else. And even though I am on the Meyer account, I am technically an employee of U.S. Express.
Mm-hmm.
And so if God forbid Meyer decides to tell U.S. Express to, I'm sorry, we don't need you anymore. I'm still going to be employed with U.S. Express at this point.
So basically, everything they said, everything they told you this past day, as far as U.S. Express operations. Of course, the deal hasn't closed. Won't till the end of the second quarter or maybe the third quarter. So at least for now, everything is the status quo, right?
Yes, it is. There's nothing's going to change at this point. I know they have a kind of a Zoom call type thing going on with us tomorrow, but the problem is they like to do it at 4:00 in the afternoon on a Wednesday when there's a lot of us night drivers. We would like to be able to get some sleep, but we have to catch it on at a later. We have to catch it like on podcast or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been having those Zoom calls here the last couple of weeks, trying to explain to us what's going on.
Okay, so I hadn't really heard any rumors about this coming down. Was the rumor mill kind of buzzing that something was in the works, maybe?
Sometimes it's buzzing because somebody will see like with us at the U.S. Express, we may be pulling an NTB trailer every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I've got to pause for a news break here, but hold that thought. We'll return.
USA News Update. Schools will remain closed and picketers will be on the sidewalks as support staffers with the Los Angeles Unified School District remain on a 3-day strike. Maura Barrett is there.
The district has come up incrementally with their offers, stopping at a 23% raise as well as some other health benefits. But the union says they feel disrespected and that isn't enough.
65,000 district employees have walked out. Local 99 SEIU represents 30,000 support employees. They called for the strike after more than a year of failed contract talks. The attorney for actress Gwyneth Paltrow in her Ski and Run trial told a Utah court the lawsuit against her is baseless.
We believe it to be utter BS.
That was attorney Stephen Owens. She's accused of running into and badly injuring Terry Sanderson and then skiing away with her friends while he remained unconscious. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I'm looking at the report from FreightWaves, which pretty much states what Eskimo Mom was mentioning. The Chattanooga, Tennessee headquartered U.S. Express will continue to operate under the name as a division inside the company. According to the statement from the two companies, they say U.S. Express in the last few years has struggled, even in the midst of a freight market that picked up steam big time. The first ugly months of the pandemic, and it didn't really slow down for 2 years, while many other truckload carriers were reporting record earnings. U.S. Express struggled to keep its operating ratio from rising over the red ink dividing line of 100%. What's notable about the recent performance is not that it kind of lagged its peers, as it had done for several years, but the company's performance dropped consistently over the past few years, even as most of 2021 and the first half of last year were being described as one of the greatest trucking markets ever. And they point out they spent more than 2 years investing in Variant. Its truckload carrier within a truckload carrier. Variant was supposed to be a technology-driven, app-based system for providing the most efficient routing and load matching, as well as creating a wage structure that it hoped would keep turnover, which had always been a problem, keep that turnover more moderate. U.S. Express has been breaking out data on the performance of Variant. The last figures provided were the second quarter of 2022. Turnover at Variant, which was supposed to be reduced due to the unique pay structure, was 150% in the second quarter of the year, deteriorating by 2 percentage points from the first quarter. In the first quarter of 21, that turnover rate was less than 60%. But things, for whatever reason, got worse from there. The bottom line is that by the end of Variant, there were no significant metrics that signaled the company within a company was doing any better than the rest of U.S. Express. It may have actually been doing worse. All right. It was at that point the U.S. Express CEO said they're returning to what he called blocking and tackling and skinnying down Variant. So I'm not real up to speed on the Variant thing, but as you mentioned, there were some rumors out there, a little bit of a buzz, but Is Variant what was? I guess there was the stock prices were being kind of hit.
Yeah. Yes, I was doing a little peek on the stock price. It was like $1.53 when they closed yesterday, and or at the start of trading, when Tuesday morning, it closed at like $5.98.
Okay.
Tuesday evening, as soon as the announcement was made. But Variant's been like, of course, from my understanding, Variant's been like an artificial intelligence driven company. And I think they bit off more than what they can chew. And somebody had a post on my Facebook when I did the announcement that they said that there's been that the original CEO Max Fuller has had to come back in a couple of times and help bail us out. And sorry about that. And there's been some other issues going on too. So it's just been a whole big old mess.
Okay.
And unfortunately, with the turnover, the biggest problem with that is that they haven't listened to the drivers, and they have not keeping the drivers moving and everything, and doing what needs to be done, get them home on time, et cetera, et cetera. And that's been a lot of problems with our company ever since I've started, and I've been with them for 19 years now.
That almost sounds kind of deja vu-like for what we've been hearing from some of our other listeners about another well-known company out there not listening to their drivers.
Yep, that's been a problem with a lot of companies. They've gotten too. I'm sorry, they've gotten too big for their britches. And even though I'm a college educated person, I'll say one thing: that college education is just a piece of paper. You got to work with people, and you got to listen to. And a good leader will listen to what's going on in the trenches and be willing to get in the trenches themselves to be able to fix what's going on, yeah. or to get a feeling for what's going on too.
Well, quite the breaking story. Thank you so much, Eskimo Mom. I didn't see that coming. It's like, whoa. Yeah, so Knight-Swift, becoming already, they were a monstrosity of a company. It goes back to the old adage, how big is too big? Yeah, you can kind of almost reflect back when you had the likes of CRST, when they were absorbing. You had a Holland, you had New Penn, you had this, all that growth. And some of those divisions were doing quite well on their own. But once everybody got rolled in together, it kind of brought the better performers down. I don't know. Maybe we'll get some other comparisons from the drivers out there, which are much more knowledgeable about a lot of this than I am. But hello to Philly Dan on board. Keep on humping. Got the camel there. Hello, Mary Ann, Morning Steve, and the Overnight family. Happy hump day. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan tonight at 45 degrees. Debbie on board there in southern Montana. She says all the roads melted, but the temperature now back below freezing. So be aware you might have some of that black ice out there. Be careful. Have a good ride. Drivers, Northwest Illinois. Hello, Roy. 41 degrees at this hour. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. Be safe. He's in Danbury, Connecticut, where it's 44. Just spoke to Eskimo Mom. She chimed in, of course, sharing the link to the Knight-Swift acquisition of U.S. Express. Howdy from Kentucky, heading for Lexington for my first run. Who knows what'll be for the second. Kind of rainy and windy at the I-75-71 split there. All right, there's Mr. Ferguson, John, Bruce. Morning, Steve, and the Overnighters. Another day in the books. I just parked the GM parts train in Grand Rapids. I'm going to call it a night. For the prayer warriors out there, I would appreciate some prayers for insomnia. You know, it's hard to do this job. It's hard to truck with no rest. And a thank you in advance. Yeah, stay dry in the Ohio Valley this week. We may need a boat to get around by the time we get to Friday. Yes, you're talking lots and lots of rain. 57, copy the mail. Michigan Madman, hello there, and hello to all the great listeners. Buckeye Boy checking in from White House, Florida, just west of Jacksonville with 57. My freight weighs less than 450 pounds, but they brought the truck because the pieces are 20 foot long, and they needed it there this morning, so I'm about 17 miles away. I'll deliver this in the morning and then head back for the home 20. Have a great night out there. Everybody be careful. All right, big truck for a very, very light load, in other words. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Daniel from Beach, North Dakota at this hour. Hello to Miss Millie. 50 degrees here in my little area of the Bluegrass State. Everybody stay safe, be blessed. Light rain just starting here. The deer are moving. If anyone traveling AA, be careful. Already had a couple of deer hit the AA. That's between Alexandria and Maysville, Kentucky. But it extends to Ashland. Yeah, the AA there. All right, very familiar with the AA highway. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. It's a warm, overcast 50 here in Ironton, Virginia. Let's keep it shiny side up. Good idea. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. All right, 2 weeks from tonight, my hot blonde wife will be resting post-op and hopefully cancer-free. Started spring out in Hettinger, North Dakota this morning. It was cold, and then it started snowing. Then it snowed harder, and the wind started blowing. Steve, we sorted 350 head of cattle ankle deep in mud. I'll tell you, it was a battle, but we got them loaded and went cow trucking in a spring blizzard. That all made for an epic day. Now we're sitting in Leota, Kansas, 45 degrees, unloaded, heading down the road for more adventure. It's what bull haulers do. Nothing like what ankle deep in the mud trying to get those cows. Come on, this way. No, this way, not that. Hello to Shorty, I-77 North Carolina, Virginia line, headed to Columbus and then Orlando. Turnaround number 2. There's Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, 3-time champion meat hauler and Hall of Famer. The fish are jumping in the boat. Got to get an early start in the morning. If this keeps up for the next 2 weeks, yeah, this is going to be awesome. See y'all. Got to go. He always says that. The fish are these fish are committing suicide. They're jumping in the boat. Midnight special. Hello there from Greenville, North Carolina tonight. 51 degrees. 47 in Lodi on a beautiful night. Waiting for my trailers. I'll be turning in soon on Rumble, or tuning in on Rumble, to get all the news of the day. Thank you so much, David. Pappy at 42 on the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Yeah, little drizzle, my nizzle. Well, was Trump handcuffed? Perp walked through the county jail? He was not. Pappy said, I hadn't heard a word. So you're just waiting for all the latest news. Like so many others. See, High Tech, I believe, checks in there. He says U.S. Express internal politics destroyed itself. Trying to recall, of course, High Tech did. If you drove for U.S. Express back in the day, didn't you? I think he did. Now, he's been out of the truck for I don't know how many years now, but yeah, former President Trump. This is while we were actually doing the show Monday night into Tuesday morning. Didn't come across it until yet later in the day, so I can share it with you this morning. Yeah, but kind of went on the attack via his Truth Social through the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which Trump says this is an attack on all Americans who support him. All right, they give the background every time. Under investigation, the $130,000 paid to Stormy Daniels, 2016, claiming she had an affair, blah, 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 something he denies. course, Trump announcing Saturday he expected to be arrested this past day. But Monday night, Trump he actually lumped the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg's investigation with so many of the other efforts we've seen over the years to stymie him. These 4 horrible radical left Democrat investigations of your all-time favorite president, me, it's just a continuation of the most disgusting witch hunt in the history of our country. It's gone on forever. It was Russia, 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 then Ukraine, 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 and the Mueller hoax. It's an absolute disgrace what's going on. They even spied on my campaign. True, it is true. Remember this, with all this work that they did. Mueller, no collusion. That's what the answer was. It was all no collusion, referring to the long-running investigation, trying to find connections between his campaign and the Russians, but they came up empty. Whether it's the Mar-a-Lago raid, the Unselect Committee hoax, the perfect Georgia phone call, or the Stormy Horseface Daniels extortion plot, they're all sick. And it's fake news. Of course, Fox News noted that Trump was referring to the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago, where some classified documents were found. You got the Democrat House panel that investigated the Capitol insurrection, trying to cast Trump all the blame. The phone call in 2020 with the Secretary of State there in Georgia concerning the election, and the claims from Stormy Daniels. Trump said this latest investigation, Bragg's investigation, is just a desperate ploy. Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we're the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly. And they're looking at the polls where we're not me, but we are up by so much they can't believe it. We won twice. We're going to win a third time. Of course, going to the claim that he rightfully won the 2020 election. Trump said the attacks against him are more of a broader campaign than just stopping one candidate. They know we can defeat them. They know we will defeat them, but they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I will always stand in their way. Also, of course, on Monday, Robert Costello was the last one that had appeared before that grand jury. And he came away criticizing the prosecution. According to the New York Times, Costello said they seemed clearly one-sided and not after the truth, noting that the prosecution relied on the testimony of Michael Cohen, Trump's former attorney. Costello said, I told the grand jury, this guy couldn't tell the truth if you put a gun to his head. So I guess we've got one more. Who's the star witness of the day today? I guess we'll find out. All right, back to the calls just ahead, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. Hey, Mike. Just like that, he disappeared. That's coming up there. Dan, I believe. Morning, Dan. What's happening? Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you too, Steve. I guess one of the thoughts that comes across my mind, a couple different things with President Trump. He won't be the only person who was president with his mug shots taken. And we've got George W. Bush with his DWI in Maine. And then we have the beloved Dick Cheney, who actually has 2 DWIs, a year apart, up in Wyoming. And the second one, he became very abusive and I think was either spitting or swinging at the Wyoming state trooper that arrested him. Mm-hmm. So he won't be the first, but they'll still report it that way. But the other thought that I had was, this guy Cohen, now that I've read more about it and more information came out, well, he really should be charged with this. He should be charged because he's the one that did the billing to the Trump organization. And, I mean, he took a loan out against his house, the second mortgage, to pay off this woman. And he's the lawyer, and he doesn't have any record of an approval from President Trump to go ahead and do this. He just did it on his own. Mm-hmm. I mean, the guy is totally an incredible witness. Not incredible, but uncreditable. I mean, he's a pathological liar from what this other attorney said. And I just think, you know, it's disgusting. I really don't have any respect, and I don't have any pride in our federal government, Steve. I don't. I guess you could twist my hands and say, what about this? And I have family members not killed in the war, but I have family members buried at several veteran cemeteries and have served in, I think, everything but Desert Storm. And, but I mean, what kind of country is this? How does this separate us, say, out from Nicaragua or someplace where they incarcerate their political enemies?
Yeah, we didn't think didn't think there would ever come a day we would see and say what's going on that we're seeing in this country right now.
Well, no, I mean, and I as I said to you on this show before, I never will forget listening to Steve Bannon, who is a former naval intelligence officer, and he goes, I'm going to tell you something, Mr. President. You come up against these people, it's the deep swamp in Washington, D.C., and we're seeing that these people with the FBI and Justice Department, I don't trust any of them. I was going to say National Institute of Health. or any of this stuff. And they're going to they're going to look at the frame-up, starting with collusion, Mueller, nothing. Ukraine, Ukraine. I'm not too wild about it because they can only account for 40% of what we sent them. And we keep getting deeper in that and deeper in that. And you go on to the January the 6th.
Yep.
And there's a good, J6. And one of these...
the latest video, which all but debunks everything that committee's tried to present so far. I got to pause right there, but hold the thought. We'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Schools will remain closed and picketers will be on the sidewalks as support staffers with the Los Angeles Unified School District are on a 3-day strike. Maura Barrett is there.
The district has come up incrementally with their offers, stopping at a 23% raise as well as some other health benefits. But the union says they feel disrespected and that isn't enough.
65,000 district employees have walked out. Local 99 SEIU, which represents 30,000 support employees like bus drivers, custodians, and teachers' aides, called for the strike after more than a year of failed contract negotiations. Adult film actress Stormy Daniels says she'll dance down the street when former President Trump goes to jail. She made that claim on Twitter. The Manhattan DA appears to be close to deciding whether to indict Trump in connection with a $130,000 payment to Daniels before the 2016 election to cover up an alleged affair. The New York City grand jury hearing the alleged hush money payment case is expected to reconvene on Wednesday. The Biden administration wants to get to the bottom of COVID-19's origins.
So that we can prevent a future pandemic. And through his actions, just judge him on what he's done. Through his actions, he's proven that he's willing to be as transparent as possible with the American people because he believes that's important.
When asked whether the administration hopes the lab leak theory is not true, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said, the administration just wants the ground truth. President Biden on Monday signed legislation to declassify info related to the COVID origins after the measure was passed unanimously by Congress. NBA legend Willis Reed is dead at the age of 80. The New York Knicks mourned his passing in a post on Twitter. The team said Reed stood for many things, including leadership and work ethic. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A bipartisan bill is being introduced that would ban members of Congress from owning or trading stocks. Several similar bills have been introduced. The new measure would prohibit lawmakers and their spouses from owning and trading stocks, commodities, and other securities. Washington Democrat Pramila Jayapal has said the door to corruption remains open. Good news for conservationists in Texas and Nevada.
President Biden is calling it an historic conservation plan. During the White House Conservation Action Summit, he announced he's establishing 2 new national monuments, one in Nevada and one in Texas.
When we conserve our country's natural gifts, we're not just protecting the livelihoods of people who depend on them, we're protecting the heart and the soul of our national pride.
Biden, adding he's done more to protect public lands than any president since Kennedy, said this move will protect more than 500,000 acres of public lands. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
And a federal judge says a decade-old California gun law is unconstitutional. The law requires newly sold handguns to include equipment that lets the owner know if the gun is loaded. The judge said these regulations are having a devastating impact on Californians' ability to buy and use new state-of-the-art handguns. It does thus far appear unlikely the judge's opinion will actually strike down the law. USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So much. Welcome back. And where did we leave off there? Chatting with Dan. Who was it the previous caller brought up? The fact that Donald Trump was, pretty much told when you get into the swamp, you have no idea what you're getting into. They'll do what they can to destroy you, and they've done nothing but. I can't help begin to wonder. Ron DeSantis is he a part of the Rhino Swamp? I was really liking the guy. throughout the pandemic, how he was standing up for the people, trying to get businesses back open, and not eternally pushing the mandates, the masks, and all these things down people's throat. And the guy, by many Republicans, were looking at him as a potential, maybe after Trump, the guy they look up to. And it's almost like he's looking to shoot himself in the foot right now. He's not going to garner support of the Trump supporters. His latest statements, many are saying that this just kind of proves he's a part of the quote, rhino swamp. Let me share a quote. Just as radical Democrats are indicting Trump and destroying the fabric of our nation with their police state tactics, DeSantis pathetically runs to the liberal media on orders from his rhino establishment owners to attack my father. That's Donald Trump Jr. this past day. I guess DeSantis sat down for an interview with Piers Morgan. And Trump Jr. highlighted that sit down with DeSantis is literally exposing DeSantis as 100% controlled opposition to Trump. Trump's senior advisor, Jason Miller, took to Twitter slamming DeSantis while sharing the Florida governor's sit-down with Piers Morgan, which was published yesterday in the New York Post and will air on Fox Nation's Piers Morgan Uncensored. Of course, the New York Post is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News Channel, which former President Trump has been increasingly critical of since launching his 2024 bid. Now, even though DeSantis has not officially launched a bid, he's taken several digs at Trump this week, as the headlines about the likely indictment over the hush money scheme. I also think, just in terms of my approach to leadership, I'm going back to DeSantis here. I get personal in the government, personnel who have the agenda of the people and share our agenda. The pushback came when Steve Bannon actually lectured DeSantis for a weasel approach by bringing up the porn star at the center of the potential indictment. Bannon says, you bring your own agenda in, you're gone. We're just not going to have that. So the way we run the government, I think, is no daily drama. DeSantis goes on to say, focus on the big picture. Put points on the board, and that's very important. Now, he went on to say he was fine with Trump's nickname of Ron DeSanctimonious, with the Ivy League-educated former Navy lawyer brushing off the slam by saying he doesn't know what it means. I don't know how to spell sanctimonious. I don't really know what it means, but I kind of like it. It's long. It's got a lot of vowels. We'll go with that. That's fine. I mean, you can call me whatever you want, just as long as you call me a winner, because that's what we've been able to do in Florida, is put a lot of points on the board and really take this state to the next layer. He's turning the tables on Trump. So DeSantis actually becoming more like the left attacking Trump. He brushed off the daily blasts, which have kind of increased in recent weeks from Trump. Even though Trump still has a wide lead over DeSantis and all the other potential rivals in the polls, the support's still there, see? I think Ron's getting the cart ahead of the horse. Was it Dershowitz a week or two ago who said, if DeSantis tries to run in 2024, he's going to literally destroy his potential of ever becoming president. By doing so, trying to attack Trump and get ahead of Trump. Trump supporters are never going to fall for that. And essentially, he'd be shooting himself in the foot for any future potential run. Now, as far as the attacks from Trump, DeSantis in the Piers Morgan interview said, to me, it's just background noise. It's not important for me to be fighting with people on social media. It's not accomplishing anything for the people that I represent. Yeah, so again, kind of turning the tables. Trump's Twitter battles over the years. I don't know. Do you think Ron DeSantis is just a part of the rhino swamp, Dan?
Yes, I do. I see the like Ed Rollins, who is from, I think, with the Bush and Cheney. He's now running ads saying run, Ron, run, and you know, anybody that they think they can. The thing that bothers me about DeSantis, Trump is exactly right. If it weren't for President Trump in 2018 coming out and working for him and backing him, he would not have won the governorship. He only won, I mean, what did he win by? A very small margin.
Slim.
The election was decided.
Yep.
Yeah, very slim. And what that shows me is that he doesn't have any gratitude. And maybe he didn't really appreciate the principles and the agenda of President Trump to start with. So, you know, he hasn't come out and he's putting his, and I agree with Alan Dershowitz, if he runs in 2024, he's done ever as a political candidate. If he really would be wise to announce he's not going to run, and then see if Trump will entertain him on the VP on his short VP list. But to sit there and he's listening to people like Karl Rove and Jeb Bush, and that's the thing. I don't know of any candidate who would want the endorsement of George W. Bush. I don't know of any Republican candidate that would. That's more of a liability. And Cheney, especially with that dumbass lying daughter of his, or Kinzinger and them. And why would you want their endorsement? It's a battle in the Republican Party. It's between them, and it's between Trump and his voters who are rock solid as I am. And it's just, I said to you before, to see this happening, you know, if Americans allow, if they don't support Trump, then what they're saying is all of this dishonest, illegal, and in my estimation, it's illegal, things that they've done to private citizen Trump and then President Trump, not just in 2016, but in 2020 and going on again, well, you know what? Have at it, because they will be emboldened. They will be emboldened, and they're going to insert themselves in elections from here on out. And if we don't have somebody like President Trump attacking these serious financial problems that face this country, God help us. And I mean God help us on both knees. Because I don't see how we're going to pull out of this. I mean, really, Steve, when you look at it, we're on very shaky ground. Internationally, I mean, China and Russia getting together. But I mean, you're right. I mean, I think President Trump will beat this charge. I don't know what it would even be, but I think he'll beat it. And this guy Bragg, you know, what he's doing is he's wanting to be the governor of New York. And he ran, and he really should be disbarred, as one of the attorneys said. I don't know which one it was that they had on Fox. He should be disbarred because he ran on a platform of getting Trump. That's what he said he was going to do.
Did.
I don't know if you know this. A year ago, he said that he was not going to pursue this matter, that there wasn't anything there. So people can say what they want. They would love Trump because that evil, that sits in the White House, SOB in my estimation, but that he sits there, and then you know what? There was just too much bad news coming out about Biden.
Yep.
And his family, and they do not like the fact. I mean, I was surprised how President Trump has increased his lead in the polls. I mean, dramatically, and that's before this. And I think it'll be even. And they don't know how to deal with it. Well, if the Republicans, the rhinos, start your own party. Because I got news for you. If President Trump doesn't win the nomination, he may run as the third party, and you won't get it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
The guy's got, you know what?
Like I said, the Trump supporters are. I mean, they're still there, and like you said, it's not like when they have the one-on-one Trump versus DeSantis right now. It's not like Trump's up by 2 points; he's up like 30 points.
Right, and it's DeSantis. Quite frankly, the guy's 43 years old. I think this is well before his time. By that I mean he doesn't have good political, either that or the other thing, Steve. He doesn't want Trump's supporters. He doesn't want smelly Walmart voters. The type of people that shop at Walmart is that FBI, that crooked, dirty cop in the FBI, Peter Strzok said.
Well, that's
what I smell Trump voters.
That's what I mean by, is he a part of the Rhino Swamp? Does he want the Romney supporters, the John McCain supporters, the Jeb Bush supporters? And that appears more and more that's the bandwagon he's on.
Right, and he showed himself in numerous cases, and quite frankly, I think he can only be governor. He may have trouble going on after he's governor of Florida. I know one thing. I don't know if somebody goes out and saves my candidacy, and that's exactly what President Trump did in 2018. And to President Trump's credit, he just didn't go out and endorse somebody because they had an R on behind their name, and along was this little freak, Karl Rove, running around with the Koch brothers' money and Bush and Dick Cheney from all Halliburton money and all those other clowns. Well, he didn't do that. He seen where he was at. And he asked Trump for that endorsement. Well, you know what? You're stabbing him in the back, Governor DeSantis. And the president, you could say, is down right now. I don't blame the president for being depressed. If I was faced being, the humiliation to his family and everything else, I don't blame him. These people want to run him through the mud and drag him and get him on his knees. Well, it isn't going to happen with this voter because I'm not caving to it. And if they put somebody else up, especially if it's somebody like that's in like Asa Hutchinson or damn well Chris Christie, I'll vote for Biden. And hope you've lost billions, millions of dollars trying to run an election. It's a battle for the Republican Party. And as Ted Cruz said, they don't like the Tea Party voters. They don't like the populist voters. You know what I'm saying? That have got behind Trump. And they thought and I don't know, they go out insulting us. And again, Steve, as you know, I don't really trash the Democrats that much. I really don't. The problem is the rhinos. They're the ones that sat at home and hurt Trump's numbers in 2020. If somebody, and I have a very good friend who voted for Trump only because the second time he did the first time. is because I convinced him, I think, that he didn't want to vote for Trump because of the way Trump handled. He thought he got rolled on COVID. Mm-hmm. And I agree, he did. And I do not like all that money going on the street and all these lockdowns. I really didn't. And all the way I can explain it is I think the president got rolled by Anthony Fauci and the rest of those, who was the Reagan or Bush, the first Bush supporters. But anyway, one last thing, Steve, before I get off. I think that U.S. Express thing, I think what's happening is this driver shortage is really hurting a company like that from what you reported, because they just can't seem to get drivers. And if you don't have a superior package for them, you're not going to find them. I mean, the company I work for, I'm not going to mention it because I'm a driver, but I saw a sign today at one of our terminals, $10,000 sign-on bonus. And that's with full benefits and retirement.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they had it out front of the terminal. So how are you going to compete? You don't understand with, I mean, I didn't know that U.S. Express was hurting that bad. But I do think there is going to be a washout, especially among these mega carriers in the next year. I think they're fighting for these dedicated lanes, like that Eskimo mom runs for, did she say Meyer stores?
Correct.
Who she runs
Yes.
for, Meyer.
Yep.
Meyer stores, yeah. Meyer, I mean, tonight I'm on my way back to Memphis, but I passed a Werner pulling a Dollar General trailer, and I can't help but thinking those aren't the highest rates in the world pulling their freight around. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I do think, and when you're out there, you can have the greatest trucks and the greatest this and everything else, but until they come up with approved autonomous drivers, buddy, you better have some package to give people. And they're just not showing up. I mean, when I saw that today, they've got a hiring fair, my employer does, coming up in April where I was. And, I mean, why would you go to work over there when you can come here and get the benefits and a pretty damn good salary and a good sign-on bonus?
Yep.
Unless they're offering the same thing.
Well,
Steve, you said something that it kind of, I
was going to say here about a week from now, we'll be heading down to Louisville, and I guarantee I'll have some of our regular listeners, drivers, who will come over to the booth and say, we were just back there. They have a whole driver recruitment location center. All the companies are set up, everybody looking for drivers. And they're going to come over and they're going to say, Steve, you won't believe some of the offers they're making, how ridiculously low. I wouldn't run for that low amount of money trying to recruit. That goes back to the old adage, is it really a driver shortage? Or as the variant had a 150% turnover rate, whatever their package was, obviously wasn't enough to keep drivers around.
Well, I see these trucks, yeah, you're right, and to your credit, you've always been a stand-up person about the wages and brought that question up. But is that Variant trucks, there's a freight line called Variant, Variant. Is that part of U.S. Express, or is that something different than that?
I'm not real up to speed on that. Until I shared the story from FreightWaves, I wasn't really even understanding what the Variant was. Sounds like they're getting away from the Variant thing, though. But I guess maybe the damage was already done, and they said, you notice it's in the name of the shareholders. See, the stock price had dropped so low, down to $1.33, for Knight-Swift to offer them $6.15 a share. It kind of like it pays back the shareholders. They're going to get a deal on this. Now, what happens to the company itself and the drivers, I don't know. But the shareholders are the winners.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, that's probably the value of that company's asset. and that will enable the shareholders. You don't think these shareholders paid $1.63 a share?
No.
That stock was probably selling north of $10 a share a couple of years ago. I don't know. Didn't follow it, but you do know that that's the same family, I believe, that owns Covenant. You know, the Covenant truck line. I think that's the same family, or they're related somehow. But I mean, the $6 may not get people even whole to what they bought the stock for. Or people who got that stock in there, as a way to retiring. Maybe they put it in their 401k. I honestly don't think the $6 is probably what the value of their terminals and their real estate, their trailers. How many tractors did you say? 10,000 tractors and 25,000 trailers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's $800 million. I mean you're getting pretty close there, to what the value of that equipment is. But $6 a share. I don't think the shareholders are making out on this. I mean, unless somebody bought yesterday at $1.63, and now they're selling it for $6.
It's a hell of a lot better than if the company. I mean, at what point, how low would they go before they would actually, potentially go under? I guess things you have to look at. But $6.15 is a whole lot better than $1.33, $1.35 a share where the stock was.
USA News Update. Schools will remain closed and picketers will be on the sidewalks as support staffers with the Los Angeles Unified School District remain on a 3-day strike. Maura Barrett is there.
The district has come up incrementally with their offers, stopping at a 23% raise as well as some other health benefits. But the union says they feel disrespected and that isn't enough.
65,000 district employees have walked out. Local 99 SEIU represents 30,000 support employees. They called for the strike after more than a year of failed contract talks. The attorney for actress Gwyneth Paltrow in her ski and run trial told a Utah court the lawsuit against her is baseless.
We believe it to be utter BS.
That was attorney Stephen Owens. She's accused of running into and badly injuring Terry Sanderson and then skiing away with her friends while he remained unconscious. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Rick says, drain the swamp. Yeah, right? I think that may be something Ron DeSantis may have forgotten or maybe never even really understood. Why did Donald Trump ever get elected in 2016? Why was it? Yeah, a majority of the Republican Party were sick of the rhinos, always having to vote for the lesser of two evils. Ron, you don't want to become that. You're going the wrong direction here. Donald Trump got elected because we were tired of the status quo in Washington. Lifetime politicians, many of whom are still there. He did what he could to try to drain the swamp, but as we said, that swamp was a whole lot deeper. Going in, you'd think, obviously, you're going to have opposition, and the liberals, the Democrats would be attacking you. But when you've got people in your own party, people that are supposed to be on your own side, people that you trust and bring in to work under you to help support your narrative, your agenda, and they turn around and they're doing everything in their power to help destroy you as well. That's what the man's been facing. Yeah. And I mean, we could go back to 2020. And many of us at the time were saying, why would Trump even want, why did he run for re-election in 2020 with what you've been through the last 4 years? And that's the narrative. I think if they just continue to try, eventually we're going to wear this guy down. We're never going to relent. We'll come up with one bogus charge, one bogus indictment, another bogus narrative. We're going to wear you down to where you just toss in the towel and say, yeah, uncle, I give. That's what they're trying to do. All right. Hello to Doc Holliday. Yeah, I forgot to mention you, Doc. I've been thinking about you. Doc got hurt the other day. I don't know what he did, but he broke his ankle and broke his leg in like 3 places. Spent the weekend in the hospital. I guess he had surgery. Was that on Sunday, I think? Yeah, kind of rebuilt him, made him like the Bionic Man, he said. Doc Holliday checking in from the home 20. Got discharged from the hospital. I'm home now, still in a lot of pain. I hate sitting still. It's going to be 10 to 12 before I'm back out. Wow. Yeah, 10 to 12 weeks, that is. Not 10 to 12 days, 10 to 12 weeks before he can get back on the road. So, yeah, for our prayer friends out there, say a prayer for Doc Holliday. All right. Well, just here a little over a week ago, we lost one of the big names in the industry, the founder of Love's, Tom Love. At 93, lived a full, wonderful, blessed life. Founder of one of the area's biggest, most noted businesses. Another has passed. Ralph L. Roberts Sr., a.k.a. Larry, passed peacefully on March the 19th in Ocala, Florida, after a battle with dementia. When I say the region, it's here, Wilmington, Ohio. Greg Bronner, Vice President of Marketing and Business Critical Sales of R&L Carriers, tells the News Journal, "We lost a great man this weekend that had a tremendous positive impact on so many lives locally as well as globally. His footprint will be recognized for generations to come, not only from a transportation industry perspective, but the impact he had on the R&L Carriers family for nearly 18,000 employees." Mr. Roberts, affectionately referred to as Senior, born August 23rd, 1945 in Wilmington, Ohio, one of 6 children, 2 of which actually preceded him in death. Started the trucking business 1965 with a single Ford truck. A story published in the News Journal back in 1990. Roberts helped people move household furnitures across town or across the country. In between his hours working at Irwin Augerbit. He then hooked up with Mayflower, another step in growing into a big-time, nationally known trucking line. Roberts' first warehouse was behind his home on Locust Street. The business moved to Ludovic Street and then to an 8-dock location on Nelson Avenue. The ever-growing company had to relocate to US 22 and 3 and then to its present location near I-71. As it reaches its place of prominence in the trucking business nationwide, a driver himself, Senior understood how values shape the work of drivers, dock workers, and office staff. Family, service, safety, and quality, those 4 attributes were vital in 1965 when Senior started the business, and they remain essential today. R&L Carriers maintains these values, which contributed to the overall company culture. The future of R&L Carriers is in good hands. While the first employee has now passed, more than 18,000 hardworking employees continue the advancement, the values, and traditions of the company. As an extremely private person, Senior requested to be remembered for his legacy and actually asked the family not to have a memorial or funeral service. So, remember Senior for his legacy and think of the family in a difficult time. Dementia, I believe, is what he actually succumbed to, dementia. All right, Brain Dead checks in. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve, come back to me in just a few minutes. I just pulled into our yard over here.
Well, let me do that. Not a problem. We can handle that. Well, what's up, Doc?
All sitting here at the house. I'll be going stir crazy before I get out of here. I was walking down the hill I was going to go feed the pig. You know, we got a pet pig.
Mm-hmm.
It's been raining all day, and the rain slacked up around 9 o'clock, and I figured, well, I'll go in here and feed the pig real quick. Not thinking about how wet the yard was. I was walking down a little hill that we got here at the house. I slipped, and my right leg went slam out in front of me, and I guess I tried to catch myself with the left leg, and when I did, it just twisted almost in a half circle. And I heard the bones.
Oh.
I went, oh, God. But I didn't go to the hospital that night. I said, well, there wasn't nobody here to drive me that night. But the next morning, I said, well, let's see how it is in the morning. When I got up Saturday morning, it was swollen up so bad, hurting so bad, I couldn't even stand up on it. So they had to tote me out to the car and take me to the emergency room. And I got over there, and they took the x-rays and all at that emergency room. And he said, we got to send you to Gainesville to the orthopedic surgeon. So they put me in an ambulance and sent me over there. And didn't get it operated on till, let me see, what's today? I think Sunday I got it operated on finally, or Monday?
Sounds right.
Sunday, I think it was.
I think it was Sunday.
But anyway, yeah, but the pain now is worse than it was. When I got to the hospital, the pain was worse than it was before they worked on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's because they had to open you up. Did they have to put like pins in or screws, or what they have to do?
Oh yeah, they had to put pins and all that stuff in there. Yeah. So I don't know how many, because I didn't even ask him. I'll ask him when I go back over here and get this. It's kind of like a half cast, but it's not a full cast. You know, it's sits on each side of my leg, wrapped around it. And I got to wear that for 2 weeks. Can't put no pressure on it. Can't walk. I mean, I got one of them walker things where you put your knee on it and push it.
Yeah.
And it's real painful to do, but I'm doing it. So, but then in 2 weeks you're gonna put a boot on it, but I still can't put no pressure on it again for 4 weeks. But 6 weeks, I can even start putting pressure on it, and then after that will determine how long before I can go back on the road.
Well, with your knee walker, you think you can hobble into the casino and get in the poker room?
No. Won't be doing none of that.
You're gonna be. You will be going stir crazy, Doc. Good Lord.
So I'll be here at the house except going to the doctor when I got to go back to him for the checkups and the physical therapy and all that. So I'll be going stir crazy. Since I started driving, Steve, 46 years ago. The longest I'd ever been off the road was 1 month, and that's when I got my heart stents put in. Remember that about 5 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And I was only out a month for that. So this will be the longest I've took off work in 46 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I just got to deal with it. It's just painful, but he loaded me up on the pain medicine to go home with. He said, I take one of these every so many hours. I'll take it when I need them.
Right.
So, I mean, I hate taking that pain medicine. The first thing they did when I got to the hospital, they gave me a shot of fentanyl. I said, fentanyl? That'll kill you, won't it? They said, no, that ain't that kind of fentanyl.
Right, yeah.
I said, this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they shot me up with that. And well, I tell you what, though, Steve, it's painful. But that's why I'm up now. It started hurting a while ago, so I had to get up and take another pill and try to sleep.
I know it's. I know a lot of people when they give you pain meds. A lot of people don't want to get addicted. I understand that, but especially in the first few days when they tell you, if they say take one every 6 or every 8, however many hours, you need to try to stay on that schedule.
Yeah.
You got to stay ahead of the pain.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to space them out as far as I can.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I got addicted, I wouldn't be able to get no more way unless he's prescribing more. But I'll be better in 46 weeks. They say everything happens for a reason. I ain't figured the reason out yet, but
well,
everything happens for a reason. But I'm 64 years old, but I'm planning on getting back out there when I get healed.
There you, one day at a time, Doc. One day at a time.
Yep, that's it, Steve. One day at a time. But the hospital food over there was just terrible. I mean, oh my God.
No.
But I got to thinking, oh yeah, it was terrible. But I got to thinking, I shouldn't complain about the food because there's a lot of starving people in the world, would love to have that food. So I figured I'd just eat it and not complain. So, but anyway, that's what happened.
Well, thanks for the update,
Yes,
Doc.
I'll be down.
I kind of wondered what had happened. I didn't know if you twisted your ankle stepping out of the truck or something, or slipped on the ice, because there's been a lot of that out there. But all right, yeah, be careful out there. Yeah, everything happens for a reason. All right, say a prayer for the pain. Oh, Doc Holliday, I'll be your Huckleberry. I don't know. Are you feeling like you might very well be the smartest man in the world, Doc?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, it's 844-3388. Who would that be?
Well, Steve, you know what happened the last time I planned to go to the truck show, don't you?
Oh, something happened. You didn't get to go, yeah.
Yeah, COVID. I had a hotel room and everything, and that was when COVID started. So I went and got me a hotel room booked up because I had so many points. They were fixing to take them away from me. So I said, well, I better use them for something. So I'll drive up there for a day. And I figure it's going to be some kind of nuclear war, solar storm, or something's going to happen that's going to shut it down again. Well, every time I plan to go somewhere, that's usually what happens. But I put you some stuff in the Facebook chat. The Chat GPT, it's working tonight. Did you see what I put in there?
I was trying to read through that here a few moments ago. Yeah, I mean, so you asked the computer, the computer to put together a little commercial or something?
Yeah, that was one. And before that, there was one I asked it to explain the benefits of paying drivers by the hour instead of by the mile. So there was that would have been the first one, and then the second one I said, write a little advertisement, and it did that in every bit of about 60 seconds.
Wow.
So the marketing department's. So if you got any questions, just tell me what you want me to ask it. I'll punch it in there, and you'll see what it comes up with.
Now, so did it actually put music in the background and all that stuff for you? And...
No, it leaves that up to you. It doesn't do the music yet. Maybe version 5 or 6 will get that in there.
Yeah.
But they got different AIs for different. There is one that does music. I'm trying to think of who it was, but they got people working on all these different AI. One's for music, one's for video, and other one's for doing. Well, you sing the snake and all like that, and the evil dog. So they got all different AIs doing different things, but the general AI, which is what Tesla's working on. That's one that would combine, hook them all together and give you I think they call it a general artificial intelligence instead of a specific. Each one is specialized, like the ChatGPT is specialized for language. It's not specialized for video, even though it can recognize pictures. It's not specialized for outputting pictures. It specializes in speech. So, yeah, just type in your question. I'll copy and paste it in there, and you'll have your answer in just a few seconds. If it's political, you got to give it hypothetically, what would happen if, something like this happened? Because otherwise it'll give you we're just a thing, and we're not allowed to make predictions and stuff like that, but you can say, write me a short story about so-and-so or something happening. But, yeah, the U.S. Express, I'm not losing any sleep about them going under.
I'm trying to remember. Is that who you drove for a while there?
No, they left me stranded out in the middle of Chattanooga. I went down there. They recruited me in. I came down there and filled out the application and everything. They said they didn't like what something was on my application. I says, they said there was a DUI on there. I said, I was never convicted of a DUI. And they said, well, we got this thing here on it. And I says, let me see it. And they said, no, we're not going to show it to you. I says, well, I don't have one. I don't know where you got that information from. And it came to find out it wasn't. But anyway, they just didn't give me your ride back home or nothing. They just threw you out on the street, out of the hotel onto the street. It's like,
wow.
All right. So let's put it this way. Believe it or not, the one company I worked for that never screwed me over was Swift. The biggest and the one that everybody likes to talk ugly about is the only one I ever worked for that didn't lie to me, didn't try to cheat me, and all like that. Celadon, they're out of business. Let's see, who else? Covenant. Covenant, when they started up, they were pretty big. They were actually in with U.S. Express. They were like same family, and they started screwing people over, and they lost their way, and they went right down the toilet. But yeah, so. Have you thought of a question for the AI yet? I mean, anybody can type it in. I've got it working. I got anybody on Facebook. If you got a question for the AI, make it a fairly short sentence, and I'll punch it in there, and I'll paste the answer back on the Facebook chat room we got here.
Okay, so What you're telling me is what you wrote. You said you made the request of the GPT. Write me a short advertisement for Hot Shot Secret's overnight drive radio show geared to the over-the-road drivers. And then it responded with all the...
Right.
Okay, that's wild.
Yeah, you would be the narrator. You would be. Read that. Haven't you ever got a script like that for you to read on the air?
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I thought you had written that, and you wanted the AI to do the voiceover of it.
No, the AI wrote that. You would be the narrator. You would be reading. Hey there, truckers. Are you cruising down the highway searching for the perfect companion to keep you entertained through those long, lonely nights? Well, you'd read it better than I do.
Yeah.
But that's your job, Steve. That's what you do is read that kind of stuff.
What I do for a living, yeah. All right, well, okay, we'll get our news break in, and we'll return in a moment.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo, not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden calls it an historic conservation plan. During the White House Conservation Action Summit today, he announced he's establishing 2 new national monuments, one in Nevada and one in Texas.
When we conserve our country's natural gifts, we're not just protecting the livelihoods of people who depend on them, we're protecting the heart and the soul of our national pride.
Biden, adding he's done more to protect public lands than any president since Kennedy, said this move will protect more than 500,000 acres of public land. Federal health officials say life-threatening fungal infections are spreading at U.S. healthcare facilities. The CDC reports cases of Candida auris infections have almost doubled between 2020 and 2021. Antibiotics aren't effective against the fungus. China wants to help bring peace to Ukraine. A foreign ministry spokesman said China is ready to take a constructive role in the process. The U.S. says any proposal would have to include a complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops. Schools were closed today in the nation's second largest school district. Negotiations to avert a strike in the Los Angeles Unified School District fell apart yesterday.
We refuse to be invisible. We refuse to be silenced. We are ready to fight. And we are proud to be joined by teachers who are striking in solidarity with us.
Conrado Guerrero is president of SEIU Local 99, which represents 30,000 support employees like bus drivers, custodians, and teachers' aides. More than 60,000 employees walked off the job this morning. An Oregon company is recalling products containing frozen strawberries that have been linked to 5 cases of hepatitis A in Washington state since March 13th. Scenic Fruit Company is voluntarily recalling frozen organic strawberries sold at Costco, along with frozen organic tropical fruit blend sold at Trader Joe's. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is pushing Congress to get rid of what he calls junk fees. Those are hidden fees that add to the prices of concert tickets, hotel rooms, and airfare. Top White House economists say the fees cost Americans tens of billions of dollars each year. Lael Brainerd, director of the National Economic Council, says they take real money out of the pockets of Americans and distort competition. Florida's governor is criticizing the Manhattan district attorney.
Republican Ron DeSantis says he can't speak to exactly what happened in the case of former President Trump allegedly paying money to an adult film actress to keep her quiet. However, he did go after the Manhattan district attorney in New York City ahead of a possible indictment of Trump. DeSantis accused DA Alvin Bragg of ignoring crimes that are happening under his watch and then going after something that happened years ago. DeSantis says that's proof that Bragg is chasing something that's political in nature. I'm Skip Kelly.
Tennis great Novak Djokovic, who has missed several tournaments in the United States because he refuses to get a COVID vaccine, says he has no regrets about his decision.
It's a pity that I wasn't able to play Indian Wells, Miami. I love those tournaments. I had plenty of success there. But at the same time, it is the conscious decision I made, and I knew that there is always a possibility that I won't go.
He told CNN he hopes the U.S. will change its policy on allowing unvaccinated people from other countries in before the U.S. Open. Reports say NBA legend Willis Reed has died at the age of 80. Reed won a championship with the New York Knicks in 1970 and a second one in 1973. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Another hour. Rolling into a Wednesday. There you look at it. Hump Day, right? The latest major storm in a series began affecting California Monday night. Serious impacts for southern and central California, torrential rain, high winds, and heavy mountain snow on into the day today. According to AccuWeather, the likelihood exists for road closures, widespread power outages, risks to lives and property. 2 fatalities connected to the storm yesterday. One dead in Stanford, California, Tuesday afternoon when a falling tree struck a car. Another was killed when a tree fell on their vehicle around the same time north of San Francisco. But this storm is also hurling significant rain and snow over the interior Southwest, including the Colorado River Basin. Guess that would be good news, right? Get some of those lakes back up. The heaviest rain will fall along the California central coastal ranges, the lower and intermediate slopes of the Southern California mountains, as well as the Sierra Nevada foothills. Generally 2 to 4 inches with pockets of 4 to 8 inches. Rain will be heavy enough to aggravate flooding over the San Joaquin River Valley and some of its tributaries. Prior storms have already led to flooding in that region. Fears remain this spring as many reservoirs have become filled to capacity. Water management officials are now releasing water in anticipation of melting snow from the mountains later this spring. You're thinking if only had some of this water a couple of years ago, when you had water rationing in place. Rain overspread much of Southern California Monday night into Tuesday, continues through the upcoming day. The heaviest rain in L.A. and San Diego will be occurring overnight tonight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, with a high risk of street flooding, debris flows, washouts of roadways. If you must travel amid the storm, you will likely face challenging travel conditions in coastal areas of Southern California. Flooded roads will cause some vehicles to stall. Fast-moving water could sweep your vehicle away. Road washouts and mudslides will also pose a significant risk to motorists there. And they were talking about the winds, big-time winds. I mean, similar to hurricanes. Through the overnight tonight, Southern California wind gusts to 75, hurricane force are possible. Along the coast, up to 115 miles per hour over some of the ridges, peaks, and passes. Already recorded a 118 mile per hour gust in Hopper Canyon. Gusts near 80 miles per hour can occur over the southern deserts, including the Antelope and Lucerne valleys. Winds over the interior deserts and parts of the Southwest are likely to remain strong through the upcoming day. So that brings the risk of a large number of trees to come down, with the associated risk of large numbers of power outages. There you go. This storm, they say, will likely end up as the most intense March storm for the Bay Area. Based on the atmospheric pressure, the central pressure at San Francisco International Airport, the lowest pressure observed from any storm in March, 29.24 inches of mercury. As of 11 o'clock yesterday morning, the pressure at the airport had dipped to 29.26 inches and was continuing to fall. So that's a strong storm impacting California once again. All right, Brain Dead, back at it here. Let's try again.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, appreciate that. Like I said, you got that ESPN that every time I hit the gate, you come to me. I don't know what it is. I mean, maybe you talked to Dingbat too many times to know what time I'm hitting the yard or something. But no, the guy was talking about Variant. Yes, Variant, from what I was told by Eskimo Mom, is a part of U.S. Express. Just like Total Transportation is also a part of U.S. Express. That it did come as a shock that Swift, Knight, whatever they want to be called, was buying up the U.S. Express, because it's kind of one of those, holy crap, Batman, you never saw it coming. But when you looked at the financial numbers from, what was it, last year, you saw that they were going downhill. So you kind of sort of saw the writing on the wall, but nothing like this, though. I mean, our stock price is down just about to them, and I really, I'm not nervous to say about our company closing the doors, but it's just me and Heatwave were talking about it earlier. Where are we going to go? Not many people want union employees to come work for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this 1,000 times. The only reason why I'm here is for A, the paycheck, and B, the benefits. And he makes a valid point. The other guy makes a valid point. Well, why is the turnover so high? It could be 100 things. It could be the lack of pay, not being paid right, insurance. It could be 100 things. The turnover being that high, that's pretty much industry-wide with all these mega fleets. I mean, it's like we've said before, Steve, why are the mega fleets not copying what the LTL carriers such as ourselves are doing? The other thing, too, about the mega carriers that have the training programs are so high is because people get that 1-year CDL, and 1 year and 1 day, hey, they're going to another company. So, like I said, the turnover is always going to be just as high, if not higher.
Mm-hmm. So now, I mean, just
but with us, though,
with another now with Knight Swift buying U.S. Express, that's probably not likely to do much of a change. I don't know what the differential between their pay structures are, but they're probably pretty close to one another. That's not necessarily going to do anything to keep drivers in the seat, is it?
They want to expand their contracts. Why a lot of companies buy up another companies is to get these contracts that are just out of reach, that they can't quite get, that pay good. Then when they get them, they pay good. They run them into the ground to where really, only the bottom feeders would want them. I worked for a company one time where we had an account in Tupelo, and Swift came in and undercut them by 20 cents a mile, and the company went with Swift.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. This is just a race to the bottom, and I've told Dingbat this for years. All this is just a race to the bottom to who can haul the freight the cheapest. I mean, you watch that, what was that show, Shipping Wars?
Yep.
We watched a few episodes of that. She watched a few episodes of that, and she's like, my God, is it like this? I said, yeah. I mean, it's the same way. A friend of mine over at Saya was telling me that they're slow because their freight rates are high. We're doing pretty consistent right now. I know we've slowed up just a little bit on our yard, but it's all about the freight rates. Who wants it hauled the cheapest? I mean,
yeah,
you get what you pay for.
When I first tuned into Shipping Wars several years ago, yeah, I mean, I was blown away. I thought it was like a fictional thing, that this was all about just a reality fake TV show thing. But I guess it's real in life. I mean, why do you take 5 individuals, pit them against one another to see who will take and for the lowest amount of money to do a job? And in some cases, they do it and maybe barely even make any money. If in some cases they lost money.
Right. That's the whole thing. And now we have all these hot shotters that are coming on that think that, oh, I'll just go get a pickup, or I'll go get a flatbed trailer, I'll go start hauling freight. Yeah, you go hauling freight. But the problem is a lot of brokers don't even want to touch you if you haven't been in business for a year. So how are you going to get your freight if the brokers won't even touch you? That's part of the problem. We had one guy on the dock one Sunday I was working. He was sitting there telling me the same thing. I looked at him, I said, are you stupid? I mean, did you eat one too many lead paint chips? I mean, honestly, it's not worth it. I mean, yeah, there are people out there killing it. Don't get me wrong, but you need to have about $75,000 to $100,000 saved up for when you do get that broker load, and that broker doesn't pay you for 90 days. How are you going to survive? How are you going to pay? If you've got a wife and kids, you have no health insurance unless your wife does have good health insurance. Then we throw that out the equation. But still, I mean, it can be done. Don't get me wrong. It's just look at the cost and the factors. I seen him here a few weeks ago, and he said, "Thanks for the advice. I changed my mind." I told him, I said, "I'm not trying to scare you away from it. I'm not trying to say no, don't do it. What I'm trying to say is look at the big picture here about what you're fixing to do. You have a good job, steady paycheck, good insurance for a possibility. I mean, you run on the weekend, that's fine, and build it up. But let's just look at the possibility of not panning out. Then if you do go bankrupt, you have to get rid of the truck, the trailer, and the market's flooded with trucks and trailers and people wanting to do hot shots. So, but anyway, how was your weekend, Steve?
Had a good weekend. Came down with a little bug late Sunday, and I was hoping it wouldn't get worse. And I've about kicked it, so thank goodness I'm feeling a whole lot better tonight.
So that bug was from what? Too many skull busters over the weekend watching the basketball games?
No. The bug was in the chest. I was hacking and coughing. So.
Yeah, I tell you, I filled out my brackets. I looked at them for about 30 seconds and threw them in the trash. It was a crazy weekend, let me tell you. I mean, I'm surprised Tennessee beat Duke. Arkansas beat Kansas.
Yes.
There was a Purdue and Arizona, both number 1 seeds, went down. Hey, I'm ready for this weekend. I'm ready to see what's going to happen. But let me. I heard Gilligan talking last night about the picture that he posted on Facebook. Now he didn't tell you the whole story behind this picture.
Yeah, he's mighty ugly in that picture, Brain Dead.
No. Let me explain. Now, this was in Tennessee. You know, Tennessee has its anti-drag drag shows. Now, you've heard about that, right?
Yeah.
So, me and Right Wing Nut wanted to go support Gilligan. Now, see, most people don't understand Gilligan in drag. He says he's Mary Ann, but he looks like Mrs. Howell. Okay, and I mean, when he tries to sing and tries to do some performing, well, that's quite scary in itself. But see, we wanted to dress up and show our support for Gilligan. You know, just proud that he's coming out of the closet, so to speak, or 3-car garage. Because see, when you look at that photo, see, you may not see him actually. He's actually feeling pretty good. The back wasn't hurting him from all those Reese peanut butter cups that he got in the other weekend. You know, he was sitting there trying to sell off. Would you believe he was trying to sell off corned beef and cabbage Reese's cups?
Oh, yummy. Well, that wouldn't, coming from Gilligan, that wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Oh, I know. He had to celebrate his Irish heritage. So I told him, I said, just we'll get the wife there to choke you out to see if you can turn green or not. I know purple is a good color for him. But yeah, Mrs. Howell, Gilligan, just stunk up the show, Steve. But let me get in here and work my dock, and I'll see y'all later.
All right, have fun while you're at it. Yes, so I guess the Sweet 16 actually kicks off tomorrow, as in Thursday and Friday, Sweet 16 action. Saturday, Sunday, it's down to the Elite 8. And I guess normally Mid-America Truck Show is more along the time of the Sweet 16 Elite 8 weekend. I guess it's down to the Final 4. Yeah, therefore, when they wrap up the Mid-America Truck Show, I guess they'll have basketball going about the time that the NTPA Mack Trailer Nationals are taking place there in Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels. details.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning. Happy Hump Day from TNC Radio, broadcasting 24/7 from the studios of the In the Shadow of the Johnson Space Center there, Houston, Texas. Coming up Wednesday mornings, always special, because we bring back the Tuesday evening prime time lineup after the overnight drive. First up this morning, Shannon Currier continues her interview with the one and only Candy Bass on Southern Route. Then it's Shelley and Kathy with Women Road Warriors. Women will learn how to advocate for their own good health on Women Road Warriors when Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro interview Dr. Farah Shroff. We all know the name Robert Palm. He built one of the most important charities in the history of trucking with Truckers Final Mile. Last year, Robert made it possible for 100 families to be reunited with a driver who had either passed or was severely injured while on the road. That meant a great deal of work and expense for a man who's still a full-time driver. Well, tune in at 7 a.m. Eastern this morning for a very special episode of the Truckers Network radio show, recorded Tuesday afternoon. Robert, Shelley, and Tom discuss the future of truckersfinalmile.org and the special event taking place at the Mid-America Truck Show in the West Wing at 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, March 31st. Robert has done so much for so many. Well, now it's time for us to come alongside him with TFC Global and put them in a financial situation where they never have to turn down a valid request again. And if you're at the Mid-America Truck Show next week, don't miss the TFC Global Truckers Final Mile event with Taylor Barker and others. We'll have more details on that in the coming days. So, of course, yeah, we will be there 2 o'clock. And, of course, we'll be recording live from our studio, or our broadcast studio there at the Mid-America Truck Show. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor, from Hatch, New Mexico, where it's a breezy 61 degrees. Woo-hoo. Alrighty. Well, I'm sorry to hear U.S. Express has been bought out because of poor management. I mean, 800 $108 million. Geez, that's just a couple of million shy of what, or a couple of $1 million more than what the government loan was to Yellow. And our stock prices are $2.22. We made a 13-cent rise today. So, mismanagement can really hurt a lot of people. There's no doubt about that. And you got something good going and you mismanage it. So, I mean, they're going to, and Eskimo Mom and her group are going to be stigmatized by the Swift Night Shield. And, with the video cameras out there, they're going to be very, very pointed at these people to say, well, there's another Swift driver, here's another Swift driver, there's another Swift driver. So I feel sorry for them, but you know what? I'm in the same boat too, along with the brain dead. Bad management. I mean, if you have a well-managed company, you don't have to worry about things. But yeah, this is a mess. With Trump, it's the Easter season, Lenten season coming up to Easter, and it almost has a Christ-like attitude here, The one guy that's up there standing up for the common man and woman out here, and he's getting attacked by the scribes and Pharisees of modern day. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think it's BS. I mean, it's already been investigated. It's already been said he did nothing wrong. The statute of limitations ran out on one, and it's coming soon on another. But this brag, I mean, I'm sorry, it's a political witch hunt, and they're going to be, riots in the streets from the anti-Trumpers. They're going to be out there and celebrating by burning cars and breaking windows because, hey, they got Trump in jail. Well, I don't remember any conservative out there protesting Biden's supposed victory.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold that thought, rather. Heat wave news break time.
USA News Update. President Biden has announced he's establishing 2 new national monuments in Nevada and Texas.
It ties together one of the largest contiguous wildlife corridors in the United States, 500,000 acres.
Speaking at the White House Conservation in Action Summit today, Biden called his move an historic conservation plan, adding he's done more to protect lands than any president since Kennedy. China wants to help bring peace to Ukraine. A foreign ministry spokesman said China is ready to take a constructive role in that process. The U.S. says any such proposal would have to include a complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops. Federal health officials saying life-threatening fungal infections are spreading at U.S. healthcare facilities. The CDC reports cases of Candida auris infections have almost doubled between 2020 and 2021. Antibiotics aren't effective. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, this kind of plays into what I was just talking to Heatwave about. Looks like he had to, I think he lost his celery, he had to go. We've got attorneys right now that are stating that, the government, the January 6th committee, you withheld what is known as exculpatory evidence. A.K.A. the video, the likes of QAnon Shaman. We've all seen the video by now. Well, now we have the QAnon Shaman, and his attorney had never seen it before it was unveiled by Tucker Carlson a week or so ago. That was exculpatory evidence. The guy was sentenced to he agreed to a plea deal to 4 years in prison. That plea deal likely would have never happened if said exculpatory evidence had been presented before he took the deal. Does that make sense? Now, let's fast forward to, here we go again. We've got former President Trump about to face an indictment from a grand jury in New York, right? According to the breaking headline, the Soros-funded district attorney, Alvin Bragg, has pretty much been caught red-handed, hiding nearly 600 pages of exculpatory evidence from the New York grand jury in this case regarding Trump. Recall Robert Costello, who testified before the grand jury earlier this week on Monday. He's the guy that came out after speaking for 2 hours to the grand jury, saying that it did not appear to him that the prosecution had any interest or any desire whatsoever to actually get the truth. Like the January 6th committee. Attorney Robert Costello, former legal advisor to Michael Cohen. He spoke to Tucker Carlson Monday night after testifying to the Manhattan grand jury investigating Trump. Told the audience, I testified for 2 hours in front of Alvin Bragg's Manhattan grand jury. I spoke to the jury for 2 hours. It was clear to me the Manhattan grand jury did not want to get the truth. They did not want to get to the truth. What did he mean by that? It is now being reported that Bragg is pretty much hiding exculpatory evidence from the grand jury. According to the Fox News legal mind, Greg Jarrett, the DA Alvin Bragg hid nearly 600 pages of exculpatory evidence from the grand jury investigating Trump. Greg Jarrett said, I mentioned it yesterday. When Bob Costello got into the grand jury room and told them, wait a minute, you don't have the hundreds of pages that I handed over to Alvin Bragg over here. You've got 6 cherry-picked documents. This guy would know because he turned the documents over. Jared says, hiding from grand juries exculpatory information is reprehensible and unconscionable. And the conduct of Alvin Bragg and his henchman, Mark Pomeranz, who specifically says in his book, we're targeting zombies because we don't like his beliefs. Those guys should face disbarment proceedings. This appears to be, once again, the real crooks revealing themselves. And Jarrett's right. If there was a real justice system, they should be disbarred. Jim Hoft, contributor to the Gateway Pundit, I guess published that this past evening here just a few hours ago, a little before 10 o'clock p.m. So I guess, if anyone should know, the attorney who turned over these hundreds of pages of documents sits down before the grand jury and said, wait a minute. Where's all the documents I turned over? You've got your 6 cherry-picked documents here. It's not a surprise. It's all about, no matter what, gotta get Trump. What do you say, horse feathers?
Oh, I guess we got to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Cannot believe. The second day of spring. Second day of spring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the second full day of spring, yeah. So anyways, I guess it goes back to what, was said way back in the days of the trucking bozo. We have the best legal system money can buy. We don't have a justice system in this country anymore. It's just whatever, how much money you have is how much of a buy in the legal system you have to get out or get ahead. So just remember that anything that goes on, if you have to go to a court and somewhere with a jury and a judge and all that, it's not about right or wrong or all that. It's all about who's got the most money. So anyways, so speaking of the most money there, did you see Roger Goodell's got a contract extension there coming up or finalized to go on? Have you checked that out at all?
I've seen nothing about it. No. Mm-mm.
You should look into this, Your Honor. I forget the exact numbers, but I think if more people knew what the price of the tickets were for them to go see a game and where the money went, I think they might have second thoughts about going to see games and buying all this stuff to support these teams and stuff. But anyways, yeah. Here's a little homework for you. Find out what his pay salary is going to be there for his next contract coming up here, and what it was for the previous one. But anyways, so there's another basketball player there. I don't know, is it Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson trying to get in to be part of the buyers for the Washington Commanders, the Redskins or whatever the Commanders, or Commodores, or I don't know. I give up on them. But anyways, they said that the sale of that team is like $60 billion or something. It's a crazy number I mean, you can't even have one person pretty much owner. They have like conglomerates to actually purchase these teams now. So anyways, but I don't know what else we got going for you. Who was it? There was a driver that was on talking about the driver shortage, which I don't ever believe there's a driver shortage. It's just a lack of good paying jobs that people keep bouncing around trying to find the greener grass and all that. But that $10,000 sign-on bonus, now his company's offering a $10,000 sign-on bonus, and I bet you if you look, most of those people coming in are going to be making close to the same pay that most all the other drivers are making. So how do they expect to keep the older drivers there that, they're senior drivers there, if they're throwing an extra $10,000 out at somebody coming in off the street, and they're going to make the same money but get a $10,000 bonus on top of it? It's
kind of like a slap in the face, isn't it?
Exactly. Maybe some of that bonus money should be used to retain the drivers you have, to give them a salary increase or a benefit package that's a little better, or I don't know. It's so anyways, but I guess one more thing on mismanagement of stocks that are supposed to be funding stuff like we talked about the Central States retirement package and that. How the stock market, they were supposed to be investing in the stock market to help fund the retirement package, the pension package and that. I guess there's this deal in Maryland here called the 529. I don't know if any other states do this or not, but it's a college funding program. So you invest your money into this 529 college funding program when your kids, before he starts school or as they start school, and this money's supposed to make money and fund all these college educations, so that you don't have your money you invest is guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed, but supposed to be funding, even if the college costs more than the money you invest in. You're supposed to have a better return on it, because that money is supposed to make money for the 12, 14, 16 years it was there getting, supposedly. Right. So apparently there's been mismanagement in the funds, and this 529 deal in Maryland here has got a whole problem with it, and they're not sure if they're going to be able to continue it and what's going to happen with the funds or something, from what I was kind of gathering in the quick news bit I saw. So anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting. And as I say, I don't know if other states have that, or if that 529 is, goes to this one that Maryland has, if it's a multiple state thing, or if it's just Maryland, or how the whole deal works. But anyways, as I say, the Roger Goodell thing, that was kind of interesting to me there. So if you come up with those numbers there, I'd appreciate hearing what they were, because I kind of missed all of it. But they did say it was a pretty good jump in salary that he was supposed to get, I guess.
We got you covered.
So, all right. Thank you, Your Honor. And you know what your due diligence is now, don't you?
Let's see if we can find an intelligent caller. Oh, he says a more intelligent caller. I'm sorry. Hello to Scott checking in via email. He's got an idea. Steve, I think Caterpillar should sponsor Trump for the upcoming election. Trump needs to be the bulldozer that cleans Washington, D.C. Every other candidate needs to stand behind him, knowing they get their chance in the calmer waters that follow Trump in 28. Not a bad idea. To answer the previous question, though, ESPN's Adam Scheffler reported on Monday NFL owners are expected to ratify the extension for the longtime NFL faceman at the league's owners' meeting next week to keep Goodell in his position for his 18th season at the helm and well beyond. Goodell has been at the forefront of the league's expansive gains and boom in popularity during his tenure. The league negotiated a massive $100 billion media rights deal in 21. And the league is also continuing its foray into foreign waters, expanding their international slate of games over the last few years. Here's what Goodell's going to be making and how much longer you can expect him to sit in the commissioner's chair. Current contract details. Goodell holds a contract that will keep him employed through the 2024 season, and that's before the reported 3-year extension that he may be set to sign. So in total, Goodell's forthcoming contract may run through 2027's NFL season. But Adam reported that no length has been decided upon yet. Dollar amount is undisclosed, but Scheffler also reports the new deal will be the most lucrative deal ever given to any commissioner in any sport. Goodell's yearly salary, reported a decade ago, sat at $4 million per season. That's 2012, making obviously a lot more than that today. Now, the New York Times reported Goodell banked nearly $128 million for the 2019-20 and 2020-21 league years, with $63.9 million each year. Now, that figure comes from heavy business-related incentives backed into his contract, with the NFL negotiating an 11-year, $110 billion rights deal in 2021. Goodell's going to get another hefty bump in pay next go-around. No doubt about it. You know, we're going to share the wealth a little bit here. Okay. Well, good morning, Pappy. Can you imagine, is it possible that anyone would withhold exculpatory evidence? That can't happen.
Steve, it's happening. Listen, man. Think of this. Let's try to make this as simple as possible. If a prosecutor, right, hides exculpatory evidence that can show that somebody is innocent. So you got a prosecutor, say, during a trial or even pre-trial, they charge this person with a crime. In the course of the court proceedings, the prosecutor gets evidence that this person did not commit that crime, but they continue to prosecute him anyway. See, that's grounds for unbelievable conduct. In the past, you would get giglioed, where you would either get disbarred. If you didn't get disbarred, you would not work as an attorney anywhere in this country. They also have a thing called the Brady list. Anybody, even law enforcement, can get put on this Brady list. If an officer gets wrote up for some sort of conduct, sometimes discourteous to the public, sometimes that can fall under what we kind of call conduct unbecoming an officer.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that can fall under as being somewhat dishonest, where maybe you're not actually on a stand and lie on stand, right, where you perjure yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But if they can look at you as being somewhat dishonest,
If you find that you make false statements on the stand, you can get put on the Brady list. Now, what that means is that during any trial, that the prosecutor must hand over that list, the Brady list, to the defense attorneys. So anybody being called in to be a witness, the defense attorney or the prosecutors can say that this person is on the Brady list, he's not trustworthy, therefore we recommend his statements get tossed out.
And wouldn't that be exactly where Michael Cohen stands at this moment?
This is worse, Stephen Giglio. There's another term for this. I mean, think of this. If you got a prosecutor, right, that is charging somebody with rape, and we could even say murder, where somebody's looking at life imprisonment, and down the road they find out maybe there's some DNA that proves that that person is innocent, but they continue the trial and continue to prosecute him knowing that person is innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Think of that, Steve. That's what's going on here.
So if Bob Costello gets in there, Bob sits down in there Monday, and that's, according to Greg Jarrett, he said, wait a minute, you don't have the hundreds of pages I handed over to Alvin Bragg over here. So he knows what he turned in, right? He knows what he presented to them, and then he sees what they've handpicked and trying to proceed. Now, I'm assuming Robert Costello would be in the know as to why, at a federal level, back in 2016 or 17, when they went through this whole Stormy Daniels things previously, they said there's not enough, we can't press charge. There's not a case to go forward with, and that would be based on the documentation that he was aware of.
Remember a few months ago, Steve, when we talked about the justice system, especially in these liberal states, especially like Washington, D.C., that they can charge you, right, with little or no evidence. All you got to do is have somebody go in front of a judge, swear that something is true when it's not,
right,
and press charges against somebody. Then when it goes into court, right, if you're in a total liberal jury, if you got a total liberal jury and they just want to convict us, they don't believe in the justice system, Steve. They just want to punish somebody. They don't care. Remember us talking about what's the chances of getting a fair trial in Washington, D.C. if you're a MAGA supporter, Trump supporter, conservative, and you're charged with something outrageous and you're being tried in Washington, D.C. What's the chances of getting a fair trial?
And it appears that many hundreds, I won't say everyone that was involved in January, because we know there were some violent things taking place outside, but we do know an overwhelming majority of those individuals there just kind of waltzed in and were doing more or less a sightseeing tour. They weren't there, to think knowing they were committing a crime.
Steve, have you heard that they're about ready to serve another 1,000?
They're saying that another 700 to 1,000 people. I guess they're using the facial recognition. They're going to continue to pursue more people. If you were there that day.
This is what I'm talking about, Steve. Arrest them. Throw them in jail. Guilty or not. They're guilty in the left side. Kangaroo system right now.
This will send a message to any. This sends the message to any other Trump supporters. If you want to think about going out and protesting, I guess later today or tomorrow, or when the indictment comes down, they're, I guess, trying to convince people like you and me, we don't want to be a part of that. So we'll just forget about it.
Hey, if Trump gets arrested, you better not go out there and protest. Your butt will end up in jail, too. You've already been declared a terrorist. You follow me?
Exactly.
Who's the guy that runs InfoWars?
Alex Jones.
Trying to think of his name. Alex Jones. Steve, they took him into civil court and sued him, the parents of some of the, I'm trying to think of the school shootings.
Sandy Hook.
Where he made some crazy comments back in the day. Sandy Hook. He was making some comments that, listen, this was a government thing. And some of this, he found to be the statements that he made, he apologized for. And as a result, some of the parents were getting threatening messages. So they sued Jones, holding him responsible for what other people done. He didn't threaten anybody. But as a result of some of the statements he made, some of the parents were getting threatening emails and whatnot. So anyway, they sued him. They couldn't do nothing criminally, but they sued him civilly. And
the millions and millions of dollars that they tried to say he's going to have to pay, which he can't, but...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Heavy security is in place in New York City in anticipation of former President Trump's possible indictment. And New Yorkers have an opinion.
I guarantee you there's a lot more people that have done worse things that they can go after.
So long as he's in the news, he's happy.
It's the weakest of all the cases that are against him.
A jury is looking into Trump allegedly paying hush money to adult film actress Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. Trump has called for his supporters to protest while predicting he would be arrested. California's largest school district closed its campuses today. This woman on the picket line is a bus driver for the Los Angeles Unified School District.
Even our own children that we drive in transportation, we need to make sure that we're doing the best and be the best that we possibly can be. And so we're just at a point where enough is enough. The wages are not what they need to be. and we're just tired.
SEIU Local 99, which represents 30,000 support employees like bus drivers, custodians, and teachers' aides, called for the strike after more than a year of failed contract negotiations. China wants to help bring peace to Ukraine. A foreign ministry spokesman said China is ready to take a constructive role in the process. The U.S. says any such proposal would have to include a complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops. President Biden has announced he's establishing 2 new national monuments in Nevada and Texas.
It ties together one of the largest contiguous wildlife corridors in the United States, 500,000 acres.
Speaking at the White House Conservation in Action Summit today, Biden called his move an historic conservation plan. The world's first 3D printed rocket is set to blast off from Cape Canaveral in Florida Wednesday night. Launch conditions are a 95% go for the historic launch. 2 prior launches had to be scrubbed. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
A teacher who was shot in her classroom is finding recovery a bit more challenging than expected.
A Virginia elementary school teacher shot earlier this year by a 6-year-old student says some days she just can't get out of bed. Abigail Zwerner talked about her recovery with NBC's Today Show.
From going through what I've gone through, I try to stay positive, try to have a positive outlook on what's happened and where my future's heading.
The boy who shot her is not facing charges, but his parents might if it's found the gun that he took to Rich Neck Elementary School was unsecured. The boy's family says he has a history of acting out, and Zwerner's lawyer has said his misbehavior was repeatedly reported to administrators. I'm Skip Kelly.
There's been another close call at Hollywood Burbank Airport in Southern California. A Southwest plane was on final approach when air traffic control noticed that a Los Angeles Fire Department helicopter was doing touch-and-go landings on that same active runway. The Southwest jet was waved off until the runway was cleared. An Oregon company is recalling products containing frozen strawberries that have been linked to 5 cases of hepatitis A. Scenic Fruit Company is voluntarily recalling frozen organic strawberries sold at Costco and frozen organic tropical fruit blend sold at Trader Joe's. White Claw is unveiling its new branded vodka. The Spiked Seltzer Company announced its line of regular and flavored White Claw premium vodka. The flavors include pineapple, mango, and black cherry, along with unflavored. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes, indeed. That's the way we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Okay, back at it at 844-844-3388. Hate when we get interrupted like that, but there you go. Take care of business. Welcome back, Pappy.
Well, Steve, listen, man, thanks for holding me over. And I hate to take so much of your time, but I'm telling you, this is important stuff we're talking about here. And this is going on. Real quick about Alex Jones. I know he's real controversial, right? But they are trying to rake this man over the coals. They want him off the air. So they are, and got a conviction on him in civil court. What Feather said about who's got the most money. The federal government, Steve, and even state and local have unlimited amount of money when it comes to court proceedings. I mean, if somebody's charged with murders, is the county going to say, sorry, we don't have the budget to prosecute this man? That ain't happening. They got unlimited amount of money compared to a defense attorney. So anyway, Steve, I heard other attorneys talking about this civil trial that was a complete kangaroo court. It was a joke that these attorneys were saying they can't believe what the judge was doing, what the prosecutors were getting away with in this court proceeding. Try to put it this way. Say, this is all hypothetical, right? Say Steve Summers makes a comment about the President of the United States. Somebody sees that and say, hey, Steve Summers just threatened the President of the United States. Secret Service looks into it, right? And they do a little investigation. Maybe they turn it over to the FBI. I don't know. They probably would do it themselves, but I kind of trust the Secret Service, honestly. But say the FBI is doing the investigation. Steve, we had a high attorney in the FBI go in front of a Pfizer court and lie in front of a federal judge during this whole Trump collusion deal, right?
Correct.
And he was convicted. Got a slap on the wrist and sent on down the road. Steve, if I trumped up charges on somebody out here on the street, right? for whatever reason, I don't like this guy. All right, he's dating my wife. I'm going to trump up charge. What do you think they would do to me, man? But back to if Steve Summers gets investigated for something he said on Facebook, or say he sent an email to the Justice Department, and you get an FBI agent that goes in front of a judge and lies, puts a couple words in there that weren't in there to get a warrant against you, and they arrest you, and they got unlimited powers with money, and you call an attorney and say, hey, man, I need representation here. I've been arrested for threatening the President of the United States. And the attorney says, okay, that'll be $100,000 to start out with.
I'm screwed.
You're screwed, Steve.
Right?
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing to Stephen K. Bannon, right? Peter Navarro, all the Trump people that were involved with Trump. They're going around and arresting these people. They're trying to bankrupt them. They're trying to scare them. It's not working, though.
Well, I mean, you missed one. Michael Flynn. That's exactly what they tried to do with him and with his son, right?
Look what they did to that man. Are you kidding me? See, we could go on. And this is happening. And don't think it can't happen to you. They're rounding up how many more people now, Steve? What did you say? 7? I heard 1,000.
Somewhere
I
between
heard they're getting ready to serve 1,000 new warrants.
700 to 1,000 was what I heard, yes.
I said this a couple months ago. Make no mistake about it. Trump is the leader of this mega movement. Trump is the creator of this mega movement. Anybody that runs, puts their hat in the ring to run for president after Trump announced that he's running, in my view, is not a true mega supporter. This is a new movement, Steve. The rhinos don't want no part of this mega movement. The mega movement is the true American, hardworking, calluses on their hands, the people that built this country. The carpenters, the plumbers, the truck drivers, the real Americans that built this country. That's mega. That is the mega movement. Not the deplorables that Hillary Clinton says we are, right? That's the mega movement. And they are trying to destroy the mega movement. Anything they can do, that's why they got to take Trump down. They got to stop this movement. Because it's the American people that's going to save this country. Make no mistake about it. You can't with the American people. We won't lose. We're going to win. We're not going to lose this country. We're not going to let it happen. I'm all in for Trump. I think what one of the first callers, was it Dan?
Mm-hmm.
I sent you an email. He should probably get the big cookie.
The big
tonight.
cookie, yeah.
Yeah, good call by him, man. DeSantis would behoove him, unless he's a rhino, unless he's not into this mega movement, Steve. It would behoove him to lay low, come out in support of Trump, and actually say, listen, I'm a mega supporter. I am not going to go against the leader and the creator of this movement. My time will come, but it's not right now. I'm not going against the boss. I think that would be his best move.
And it appears
And then at the end, Trump's next
I don't
term.
think he's got that message. I mean, based on his interview with Piers Morgan that I guess aired yesterday, that's he's not winning favor with the mega supporters by no means.
Yeah, listen, the mega supporters, it's Trump, no one else. No one else, Steve. I'm telling you. Whoever puts their hat in the ring is not going to get the support of the mega supporters. It's not happening. It's Trump. He's the leader. He will get the nomination. Because I think there's more mega supporters out there right now than there are rhinos.
Correct.
More true Americans. And if it wasn't for Trump, said this before, we would have never known how corrupt D.C. really is. I mean, we all knew it was corrupt. But to the extent of what it truly is and what the Justice Department has become, what the FBI has become, it's almost unbelievable and unfathomable that this could happen in our country. Man, I took enough of your time. I ranted enough. But this is serious stuff, Steve. When you got federal prosecutors, state prosecutors, even any local prosecutors willing to ignore evidence that shows somebody is innocent and they're going to prosecute him anyway, that's a sad day in this country, man. All right, my man. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Hammer down. All right. Yeah. And disbarment is the word. Yeah. This Bragg and anyone else that's on the team there, presenting this to the grand jury, should all be disbarred for life. Yeah. Not a slap on it. Yeah. We'll see how much coverage. Right. The mainstream media gives this. They won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. You say, is it time for Joe Manchin to go ahead and make that ultimate decision? He's been questioned on more than one occasion about switching parties, like Kyrsten Sinema. Of course, she opted to go independent. Manchin would probably do the same thing, go independent. They're not going to go Republican. But Manchin's pretty PO'd right now. Again, he's angry. As well he should be. Yeah, the big breaking headline, which ran on last night's news breaks via USA News, was Biden using his veto pen for the first time to veto a joint congressional resolution that would have made return on investment the main goal of your retirement savings instead of using your money in attempts to change the weather. That's what Biden has done. Rarely do Democrats get out of line, but Manchin has pretty consistently resisted the crush of his party, and moves like Biden's veto hit pretty close to home in his energy-producing state of West Virginia. The Republican-sponsored bill that passed both the House and the Senate would have restricted retirement fund money managers from using leftist pet causes under the banner of ESG. This is becoming the more and more popular. Environmental, social, and governance as primary guides for investing your money. Manchin said this is infuriating, was his word. This administration continues to prioritize their radical policy agenda over the economic, energy, and national security needs of this country. It is absolutely infuriating. West Virginians are under the increasing stress as we continue to recover from this once-in-a-generation pandemic, pay the bills amid record inflation, facing the largest land war in Europe since World War II. But this administration's unrelenting campaign to advance a radical social environmental agenda is only exacerbating these challenges. One other Democrat joining Manchin in supporting the nullification of the ESG rule was Senator Jon Tester of Montana. The nullification measure passed in the Senate by 50 to 46, passed in the House 216 to 204. Now, with a split Senate and a thin House majority, there's no way to rally a 2/3 vote to override Biden's veto. ESG is a growing corporate objective dovetailing with the concept of serving the stakeholders. Stakeholders, communities, employees, government entities, and the like have long been considered important participants in a company's fulfillment of its mission. But the most important obligation has been stockholders, the owners of the company. And that includes a legal responsibility to put their interest first. So a company can make charitable contributions to a community where they're located, but they must be able to demonstrate those charitable expenses are in the interest of the owners. But in recent years, corporations have put a higher priority on serving stakeholders that are enmeshed with the ESG, with the unproven concepts of climate change, the social justice efforts, the diversification of corporate boards and management. Well, look at Silicon Valley Bank. What did the diversification of employees garner that bank? Bankruptcy. SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, demonstrates where this leads. The management seem more concerned about their ESG efforts than their investment strategies. Now, Manchin's from a state heavy in natural gas and coal production. He's obviously concerned with the environmental aspects of ESG. This rule is going to weaken our energy, national, and economic security, jeopardizing the hard-earned retirement savings of 150 million West Virginians and other Americans, he says. Despite a clear bipartisan rejection of the rule from Congress, President Biden is choosing to put his administration's progressive agenda above the well-being of the American people. This veto of a fairly bipartisan bill contradicts his claims of being a uniter. Because Biden, is totally controlled by the far-left activists who run the Democrat Party these days. That's what this is. And this shows actually how far things have gone. Corporate America now is captured by these people. Now, of course, it's against the law. The law is, that's why they have to change it. It was about delivering shareholder returns. That's the priority. That's what it should be all about. Instead, ESG will force you to prioritize these political demands, the political activist requirements. That's why it's so wrong. That's why this vetoed legislation was so right. But it's unbelievable that Biden has to veto it because he's captive to the special interests and the activists in the Democrat Party. All right. Well, for those who know best, they've got your retirement funds under control, ESG and all. And he makes kind of a funny footnote. Well, you might not have as much money for your retirement when that time comes, but when it does come, at least the weather might be nice, right? Well, you say 5-7 hump day.
Yeah, well, yeah. Too much when it gets started, most people say. Manchin. I don't know. Maybe he should have caught the hint back in the day of Hillary Clinton, West Virginia is just a burr on the butt of the Democrats. And, no, they're not interested in any of that. So he's getting what he What can you say? I mean, I doubt, does he really think through who he votes for? Well, there you go. Glad I'm out of the state. Now, watching, now I went ahead and threw my mega cap on my profile and made a stand yesterday. I fully expect to get some heat from people because, there's people that just hate Trump as much as love him. So far, no takers. Nobody's condemned. Well, just one called me a Trump. I think he did say LOL. So that's good. But yeah, that what got me was just the fact that they're listening to what that prosecutor or whatever in New York and what he was saying. I said, that's it. That's just it. And then when I heard DeSantis, you know what? DeSantis, the man's got a wife. She's been through a lot. I expect trash from the Democrats. Why would you do that? Why would you throw that out there? The First Lady was a gentle soul. She did her best to be respectful to the American people, represent this country, and to show nothing but respect for her husband. She needs to be protected. We protect our women folk there, DeSantis. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Go ahead and come up with some stuff to battle later on after this. But when the Democrats have got one of your fellow Republicans in a sling, they're planning on trying to destroy him. Listen, it's not just him. They're planning on destroying the whole Republican Party. Hey, face it, DeSantis, Jeb Bush, and the rest of them, yeah, they're going to vote for you. All right? But I'm not going to now. I really appreciated all the times that you come against your news media, liberal news media, and all this, and your opponents. I have great respect for what you did, but right now, it showed extremely poor judgment in this case. We've got to stick together when the Democrats are coming at us, and then when it's our time, we can hammer out the things that we differ over.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I said earlier, it's kind of getting the cart ahead of the horse, but got to pause there. News break.
USA News Update. A U.S. congressman from New Jersey hopes to keep AM radio alive and, installed in all cars. U.S. Representative Josh Gottheimer has written a letter to electric vehicle companies, including Tesla, asking them to ensure AM is in all cars and trucks.
I would think that if Elon Musk has enough money to buy Twitter and send rockets to space, he can afford to include AM radio in his Teslas.
Gottheimer is also calling on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to make AM radio a federal safety standard. It will cost around $130 to get a COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna in the future. That's according to the company's president, who spoke to Reuters. The news comes as the public health emergency that's been in effect during the pandemic will expire in May. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, jump right back into it here. Let me get back and give 5-7 a chance to finish up here this Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm in the middle right now. The other thing on Newsmax that I got to watch is that Horowitz or whatever his author, get Trump. Oh, I'm a Democrat. I voted for Biden. And now, listen, I'm just a truck driver here, but I've been seeing my country being attacked by Democrat policies since Bill Clinton. And yet he's going to sit around and brag that he voted Democrat. We're here because of what they did. This isn't just one president. This has been coming down the pike for a long time. So, he's out there trying to make money, but there's something he did say. He said he believes this is going to be, if they get it, he thinks that the Democrats, the upper Democrats are giving him a fit, the prosecutor in New York, because this is doing exactly what I did. I said, I finally made a decision. I got to go for Trump. Because you know what? Trump, if you put him in office, It's like strong drink for the sick and dying. Trump's going to have 4 years to get it done. Unlike the last time where he was being careful, he had 2 attorney generals that stabbed us in the back. Not just him, us. And yeah, Ray Barr. And I can't even remember the other one. He's so unremarkable. But, all right, you put him in next time. I'm pretty sure if he's got attorney generals that are not doing their job, mind you, the Democrats are going to run around saying, oh, it's supposed to be a nonpartisan. I said, well, talk to us about it after this Merrick Garland and this Eric Holder crap. You know, talk to us about it. You know, I believe Donald Trump is going to nail their butts to the wall. I mean, if you've got an attorney general or you got an FBI that ain't doing their job, you're fired. He was worried about that second term last time. I believe this time he's not going to be worried about the second term. He's going to go to work for the American people. While DeSantis, he's going to be nursing it so he can get elected the second time, and we can't afford it anymore. It's, pardon my breath, squeezing my breath. So that's basically what I wanted to say. And other than this, I owe you an apology. I took my wife to the doctor yesterday, and she wanted to go to Walmart up in the big city there, Aiken, South Carolina. Sure enough, I found a big can of Beanie Weenies. I bought 2 of them. So they ain't them little. So that'd be a meal in itself. So I basically got a whole meal of Beanie Weenies for my wife and I. We're going to try them out. How about it?
There you go. Right.
Other than that, great show. Appreciate everybody that's calling in. It's a fantastic morning.
All right. Have a good morning. 5-7, copy the mail, right? As he says, copy the mail. Several people have brought it up in recent mornings, but yeah, the Travel Centers of America shuttering their location in Tennessee, a location, as of Friday, March 31st. Not this Friday, but the following. The TA will close their Nashville location off I-24 at exit 48. That particular TA has 167 truck parking spaces. A TA representative said the company looks forward to serving drivers at 3 other stores that are within 30 minutes from the Nashville store. Alternatives will now be the TA Franklin, Tennessee, I-65, exit 61, the Antioch, Tennessee location, I-24, exit 62, and the Petro Kingston Springs, Tennessee at I-40, exit 188. All right, it's 844-3388. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Hoover, I believe, at least that's what it says on the screen. Who we got on the line here? Who's this?
Hey, Steve, this is Uber Ed. I ain't talked to you since went on the cruise at Christmas.
Yeah, Ed, what's happening?
And oh, not much. But I think ever since COVID, I think Carnival has changed a lot. So I was really disappointed about the cruise. We're going on Royal Caribbean in September. We're going to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
But no, that one caller when I first woke up, he was talking about his company offered a $10,000 sign-on bonus.
Yeah.
How long does it take to get that $10,000? You know, they'll give you a little bit of it here and a little bit of it there, and by the time you got to be there your whole lifetime before you get that whole $10,000, you know you'll probably only get a little bit of it, maybe $1,000 of it. Because I was with a company in Mississippi. They offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus, but they gave you $500 when you first sign on, and after about 3 or 4 months, they give you another $500.
Yeah.
After a year, they give you $500 more, and you got to be there the rest of your life to get the rest of the bonus.
So it's all spread
That's
out
one
over
thing they ain't
time.
talking about that. Yeah, that bonus is nothing but to get you in the door. That's all they want, to get you in the door. That's why they got such a big turnover, and they really ain't got driver shortage. They got driver retention
Correct. Yep.
problem.
Correct.
There's plenty of drivers out here. They just mistreated them when they first got their CELs, and they said the heck with this and went home. They're sitting at home. They got CELs, but they're sitting at home not doing nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, many of them get out of the. Many get out of the industry because, of course, the recruiters and all that dangle the moon before you and say you're going to do this and going to do that, not explaining it. You're not going to do that when you first start. You stick around for 10 years. You can make this kind of money. So either they quit the biz or they leave that company, go to another company, and those companies like that, it's the revolving door, the driver churning that we've been talking about for decades.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can tell you this: that big company I was with in Mississippi, they offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus, and I went regional with them. Yeah, I had $6,000 in the bank, and 2 months later, I had $3,000 in the bank. I knew I had to leave.
So it didn't take long, did it?
Your old buddy. No, it didn't take long. I ended up finding a company out of Dallas that they offer a $5,000 sign-on bonus, but they pay it out over a year's worth of time. So, and they tried. Most of the people that have been there several years.
Mm-hmm.
So, have you heard from your buddy minister?
Well, can't say that I have.
Well, his little self is sitting at home on the couch because his legs swelled up.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard from him in several months, and I've run into him down at the Lowe's down in Jackson, Mississippi, in Canton, Mississippi. And he's been hiding his truck because he don't want me to get the numbers off the side, his DOT or his MC number and stuff off the side of the truck, because he knows I know how to look it up in the safer system. Well, I run into him down in Canton, Mississippi. There, he was too busy trying to talk to these little girls behind the counter that I got the numbers on the side of his truck, and he claims to have his own authority, but that authority comes back to somebody in South Haven, Mississippi. Ever since I got them numbers, he hasn't called me.
No, I bet you're missing him.
No, I ain't missing him not one bit, because every time he calls, he thinks I got to give him some money or something.
Yeah.
I got married in at Christmas, and he wanted $200 to marry us. He said it was a love offer.
Oh boy. Well, congratulations. Is the honeymoon over yet? It's March, Honeymoon's got to be over by now.
Yeah, it's pretty much over. We're going to the Bahamas, though, and she wants to go to Bahamas and swim with the pigs.
Okay.
Have you ever heard about that?
Yeah,
pigs in the Bahamas?
That's a real thing. Yep, I've seen some of the pigs. That's pretty wild, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the real thing. You know that the excursions almost it's $175 to go swim with the pigs, and it really ain't the Pig Island, because the Pig Island's over by Nassau.
So this is probably what they did. Is they brought in a bunch of little piglets that are domesticated, and they'll swim with you.
Yeah, that's basically what they have done.
Yeah.
Just a big old tourist trip. That's all it is.
Right. Well, Ed, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Congratulations on The wedded bliss, right? Now, let me share with you a piece from Joe Saunders for the Western Journal. And he explains it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. And this particular judge said it beautifully. In a blistering ruling Monday, a federal judge in California issued a stay blocking enforcement of a state handgun law ostensibly aimed at promoting gun safety, but actually blocking new guns from being sold entirely. And from beginning to end, Joe explains, the order cut this law into pieces. U.S. District Judge Cormac Carney, Central District of California, appointed back in 2003, George W. Bush, kicked off the 22-page ruling with the unflinching statement that the Constitution's Second Amendment, quote, guarantees the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense. This right is so fundamental that to regulate conduct covered by the Second Amendment's plain text, the government must show more than second that the regulation promotes an important interest like reducing accidental discharges or solving crime. Rather, to be constitutional, regulations of Second Amendment rights must be consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearm regulations, as the judge. According to ABC News, Carney's ruling stopped the state from enforcing the law, will not go into effect for 2 weeks, allowing time for appeal. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has issued a statement vowing to continue to lead efforts to advance and defend California's gun safety laws. However, while he's deciding how to proceed, he might want to take an honest look at the judge's ruling and his own state's history when it comes to this law. Laudatory goals like reducing accidents and solving crime were among the excuses California lawmakers used for the Unsafe Handguns Act, a law originally passed in 2001, amended in 2007, and again in 2013. Whatever the merits of these goals, the real liberal aim, as we know, is gun control, restricting the Second Amendment. And at that, the law has succeeded marvelously. Matter of fact, the judge wrote, it's had the practical effect of outlawing the sale of newly manufactured handguns in the Golden State. In 2007, amendments required indicators to signal when a gun has a round in a chamber and a mechanism that prevents guns from firing if a magazine's not fully inserted. The amendment in 2013 required what they call micro-stamping, a process by which every round fired includes microscopic characters identifying the weapon's make and serial number. According to the judge, no handgun available in the world has all three of these features. He pointed that out in his ruling. That's mainly because of the final one, micro-stamping. Literally does not even exist in commercial weapons because the technology effectuating micro-stamping on a broad scale is simply not technologically feasible and commercially practical. Since 2007, very few new handguns have been introduced for sale in California with those features. Now, since 2013, when the micro-stamping requirement was introduced, not a single new semi-automatic handgun has been approved for sale in the state. That's because the technology effectuating micro-stamping on a broad scale is not technologically feasible. Good intentions, in other words, even the good intentions of California progressives cannot create technology that doesn't exist. The result of this is that when Californians today buy a handgun at a store, they're largely restricted to models from over 16 years ago. Now, the judge didn't add, "you idiots," after each sentence of the ruling, but it comes through loud and clear, "you idiots." Aside from demolishing California lawmakers' attempts to play king with the firearms manufacturers, Carney took apart the utterly fatuous rationalizations behind the law, which actually cited revolutionary generation regulations to claim the law operated within the requirement that it be consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. And that's where the law gets downright laughable. According to the judge's ruling, California's case presented the Unsafe Handgun Act as simply a modern version of state laws in the early life of the United States, including one that required weapons for sale to go through proving, i.e. verification by official inspector, that the weapons could fire and the shot would cover the distance expected. Yeah, those are basic requirements that a gun that's being sold will meet the buyer's needs. That it'll hit the animal or hit the human it was fired at on the frontier farm or the mountain path. Not that it would not go off accidentally. The judge gave the discussion more time than it was worth, but he concluded, put simply, requiring each model of handgun to contain additional features to potentially help a user safely operate the handgun is completely different from ensuring that each firearm's basic features are adequately manufactured for safe operation. Yeah, another early American precedent the judge cited controlled the storage of gunpowder. But those regulations were safety measures to prevent accidental fires. They were not intended to limit the ability of gun owners to procure weapons or fire them when they needed them. It's almost insulting to the intelligence to have to answer arguments like this, when all Californians progressives are interested in plainly is the power to control the Second Amendment rights and the state's citizens that they have by virtue of being Americans. Carney answered, and he didn't flinch. Californians, and I quote, have the constitutional right to acquire and use state-of-the-art handguns to protect themselves. They should not be forced to settle for decade-old models to ensure they remain safe inside or outside the home, because enforcing those requirements implicates the plain text of the Second Amendment. And the government fails to point to any well-established historical analogs that are consistent with them. Those requirements are unconstitutional, and their enforcement must be preliminarily enjoined. To repeat, California's handgun law implicates the plain text of the Second Amendment. It has no basis in American historical tradition. That sounds pretty much like every goal of the gun-grabbing left. So a preliminary injunction is an extraordinary, drastic remedy that may only be awarded upon a clear showing that the moving party is entitled to relief, says the judge. But in this case, the extraordinary and drastic remedy is justified by the circumstances. His ruling made clear, and he did not just reflect California's arguments. He didn't reject them, he demolished them. So either way, California's Governor Gavin Newsom and his Attorney General need to take that into account while they make their decision whether they want to appeal this case. But yeah, the judge, we step by step made it absolutely clear. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break time. Horse Feathers, what you got?
Hey, so your truck stop there is closing down in Nashville. don't forget the driver's name above the door there is Candy Bass. So I don't know if they're going to give her a new store to put a name above ask her to, choose a new store to put a name above the door, or if she's got to be nominated again for another one, or how all that'll work, or whether it just goes away at this point. But anyway, so there's a thought for that. But hey, with Welfare Ed going down there to swim with the Hoggies there, Hogzilla and that, it's not the excursion price that you got to worry about. It's the excretion from the Piggy Wiggies there.
Yeah.
That's always been the thing about swimming with it. It's not the excursion, it's the excretion. So maybe that's something to take into consideration. And I heard on your news there that there's one of them tennis players that still can't come play there in one of the big tennis tournaments there because he refuses to get the shot. And I thought all this emergency deal was all over in May and stuff. And are they still keeping people from being able to come into this country?
Yeah, obviously.
Haven't taken the shot yet.
Yeah.
Apparently, yes. But now, wait a minute. Now, if he goes down to the southern border there and comes in across through Mexico, is he required to have the shot to do that? And if he claims amnesty,
maybe should he just
he might be able to pull it off that way.
Just fly into Mexico, take a bus across the border, and show up there for the tournament. I mean, we're not just talking. We're not just talking any tennis player though. We're talking the world number 2. I think at one point he was the world number 1, but right now the world's number 2 tennis player, Djokovic. All right, news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Schools will remain closed and picketers will be on the sidewalks as support staffers with the Los Angeles Unified School District are on a 3-day strike. Maura Barrett is there.
The district has come up incrementally with their offers, stopping at a 23% raise as well as some other health benefits. But the union says they feel disrespected and that isn't enough.
65,000 district employees have walked out. Local 99 SEIU, which represents 30,000 support employees like bus drivers, custodians, and teachers' aides, called for the strike after more than a year of failed contract negotiations. Adult film actress Stormy Daniels says she'll dance down the street when former President Trump goes to jail. She made that claim on Twitter. The Manhattan DA appears to be close to deciding whether to indict Trump in connection with a $130,000 payment to Daniels before the 2016 election to cover up an alleged affair. The New York City grand jury hearing the alleged hush money payment case is expected to reconvene on Wednesday. The Biden administration wants to get to the bottom of COVID-19's origins.
So that we can prevent a future pandemic. And through his actions, just judge him on what he's done. Through his actions, he's proven that he's willing to be as transparent as possible with the American people because he believes that's important.
When asked whether the administration hopes the lab leak theory is not true, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said, the administration just wants the ground truth. President Biden on Monday signed legislation to declassify info related to the COVID origins after the measure was passed unanimously by Congress. NBA legend Willis Reed is dead at the age of 80. The New York Knicks mourned his passing in a post on Twitter. The team said Reed stood for many things, including leadership and work ethic. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A bipartisan bill is being introduced that would ban members of Congress from owning or trading stocks. Several similar bills have been introduced. The new measure would prohibit lawmakers and their spouses from owning and trading stocks, commodities, and other securities. Washington Democrat Pramila Jayapal has said the door to corruption remains open. Good news for conservationists in Texas and Nevada.
President Biden is calling it an historic conservation plan. During the White House Conservation Action Summit, he announced he's establishing 2 new national monuments, one in Nevada and one in Texas.
When we conserve our country's natural gifts, we're not just protecting the livelihoods of people who depend on them, we're protecting the heart and the soul of our national pride.
Biden, adding he's done more to protect public lands than any president since Kennedy, said this move will protect more than 500,000 acres of public lands. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
And a federal judge says a decade-old California gun law is unconstitutional. The law requires newly sold handguns to include equipment that lets the owner know if the gun is loaded. The judge said these regulations are having a devastating impact on Californians' ability to buy and use new state-of-the-art handguns. It does thus far appear unlikely the judge's opinion will actually strike down the law. USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Get that final hour off and rolling here on a Wednesday, hump day. How's your spring starting out? Yeah, not looking very spring-like out at one of Lake Tahoe's largest winter sports resorts. But for them, that's a good thing. Yeah, they're happy with it because that means money, money, money. And we're talking about Heavenly Ski Resort, where they announced this past day that their ski and ride season is now going to be extended through May the 7th, with the resort thanking crew members for keeping up with all the storms so we can keep sliding around on the snow. Heavenly Ski Resort picked up another 8 inches of snow over the past 48 hours, adding to an impressive seasonal snowfall total of 538 inches. They do say conditions at the resort will feature gusty winds for the remainder of the week, high temperatures in the teens and lower 20s. 538 inches of snow, wow, for the season. Now, after being closed for weeks, one of California's most popular parks is now slowly reopening. Yosemite National Park was a victim of the February storm onslaught, where snow piled up as high as 15 feet in some areas there. It just wasn't safe to welcome visitors. According to the National Park Service ranger there, since that time, crews have been working to dig out, repairing roads and facilities impacted by the snow and some of the rock slides. They documented 22 rock slides, debris flows, and other slope failures along some of the park roads, but now reopened with limited hiking trails and limited lodging services. But he does say we once again can welcome visitors. We don't have snow back home, according to one resident that's visiting from Brazil. This is not common for us. Finding alternate lodging at the park after his original housing was deemed unavailable. Yeah, so even getting a tiny bit of snow on the ground, very unusual for where he lives. All right, so enjoying that. Meanwhile, get our final hour underway. Heat Wave, I guess, ran out of cell earlier. Back with us. Try again. What's going on, Heat Wave?
Oh, not a whole lot, senor. Thank you for allowing me to come back on. No, when was the last time you had a violent protest by conservatives? Go ahead. I'm waiting. I'll hold my breath.
Yeah, well, I guess if you want to consider January the 6th, for some, it was a violent protest, but we don't definitively know.
January 6th, right. January 6th has been basically debunked by the videos. It wasn't, like they said, the shaman. It wasn't him. I mean, they show him being,
escorted
for the
through,
guys,
and
being escorted.
And we don't know the background of
but
who was. How many Antifa, how many other, violent extremist activists were in the crowd out there trying to incite? That we don't know.
Well, they got the facial recognition. Well, like they're going to be, arresting 700 to 1,000 more people that were there. They know. We know. But the last time something that the other side didn't like, during the Summer of Love, with over 500 violent protests when Trump was inaugurated, or even when he was, named the winner against Hillary. Oh, they were out there blocking the interstates, looting. There is the law for me and the law for thee. It is absolutely amazing. And this Baggert, whatever his name is up there in New York, he said a real flowery statement saying, "We uphold the law." Really? Didn't I just hear Kellyanne McElhaney, who was she was subpoenaed by by the court to show up and give her testimony. The guy has gone ahead and downgraded felonies to misdemeanors.
Allowing the criminals, allowing the criminals back on the streets, just like they've been doing in Washington, D.C., which in turn, at least D.C.'s police chief gets it when he said these individuals that are committing murders, the average murder is committed by someone who has 11 previous arrests and should have been in jail.
Exactly. So I don't, and they already said the whoever it is that looks into these things has already said there was nothing illegal about what Trump allegedly did. Give money to a whore, as far as hush-up money. They said it was not campaign finance money. That was, I guess Trump didn't even know it was actually going on until after the fact. So, it's BS. It's all it is. It's a one-man witch hunt. And just as much as we view that as BS, the other side looks at it as, a blessing from God. So this country is divided. So, and it's amazing how we don't hear the left scream and holler, well, the reason why California is getting hammered so bad is because it's God punishing them. Like they say when Florida gets hit with a hurricane. Oh, it's God punishing them for their political ideas.
It's not God punishing California. It's all based on climate change now. It's people like me and you that don't buy into this climate change cult that are to blame for what's going on in California right now.
Right. So, anyways, I that was pretty much what I wanted to get out there before I ran out of cell coverage on the real estate I was traveling. We're heading to Southern Cal via the southern route. We'd take 25 out of Albuquerque down to Hatch, and then get down here to Deming and catch 10. There was 2 trucks tangled up on westbound 10 at mile marker 36 in New Mexico, just east of Lordsburg. Looks like one run into the other. And both of them are already on tow trucks, but one of them's a little bit close to the zipper. So anyone traveling west on 10 here in New Mexico, be aware, mile marker 36, just east of Lordsburg, New Mexico. So, yeah, it is amazing that these people can come up with a little thing. And Gilligan said it yesterday that, there's people in Congress, they have a slush fund of hush money for when they get, busted,
accusations,
sexually harassing some, and that's our money. That's your money. That's taxpayer money supporting that slush fund. And if Trump did pay this person, it was out of pocket. But from what I understand, that idiot lawyer that's been disgraced, apparently he went ahead and put his house up for collateral and got the loan to pay this idiot off. So it is just, there's no words to describe the insanity of this country right now. You know, when I go to places and I'm wearing a veteran hat, or I ask for a veteran discount at some of these truck stops or restaurants or auto parts, you know, they thank me for my service. And they, you know, some even ask if I would actually go back, you know, if called. And I said, you know what? Not under this administration. I would not go in to support and defend this administration with their policies and the leftists that hate the military anyways. I mean, they don't want police. You know, they don't like, what was it, in California they had a black fire chief that got fired basically for being conservative, I guess.
Yeah.
And the NAACP is screaming and hollering for him to get reinstated. You know, the guy's been in, you know, his family has been firefighters. But because he does not have the liberal mindset, you know, that was just cause to fire him. Now, I would not, and I wouldn't even recommend anybody that's thinking about going in the military to go in now, because they're not going to be supported. It's just like Obama, Biden is leading from here. So that way, when things go bad, he can be the first one to a safe haven. Won't crap her.
Right.
He doesn't care about the military. He doesn't care about police. Oh, he says a good deal, but, you know, a lot of his speeches that, you know, he was in the Democrat primary back in the 80s, along with Gary Hart. Gary Hart was the front runner, and then they found out that he was cheating on his wife with Fawn Hall on the boat monkey business, so he had to step out. So that made Biden the front runner. Well, he was plagiarizing many of the speeches from past presidents or those that were running for president. And they, you know, he had to drop out for basically lying, saying those were his original speeches when they were not. You know, this upcoming election, yeah, it's a popular vote, but you need to base your vote upon the results. Under Trump, it was generally positive. How many strikes did we have while Trump was in office? I don't think we had. If we had one, that might be one too many. I don't know. But I mean, generally, when you have strikes, it's because the economy has turned to crap and the union people want more to cover their expenses. Now, I mean, that right or wrong? I think I'm right on that count.
Well, off the top of my head,
So-
I wouldn't have a clue as to how many strikes took place. I have no idea. You have to do a little research on that. But getting back to the case of there in New York, it's again where it's almost like, give me an individual, we will find a crime or make a crime. Yeah, we all know this, quote, inquiry is about a $130,000 payment made to Stormy Daniels. Call it what you want. Yeah, Heatwave said paying a whore. Yeah, paying off. Go away. Here's your money. I guess she asked for $130,000, and that's what she got. Yeah, go away. Now, Michael Cohen, the ex-lawyer, now turned enemy of Trump, proven liar, testified before the grand jury. told Congress in 2019. He made the payment on Trump's behalf, and he said he was later reimbursed. There's no crime. That is not a crime, any of that took place there. Yeah, the payment, if not properly accounted for, they say, that would be a misdemeanor charge for falsifying business records. I don't know. Wait, yeah, somebody help me out. Any billionaires out there? Because I'm definitely not. Any billionaires, do you handle all your paperwork and accounting work yourself? I mean, as an individual, single W-2 wage earner, when tax time rolls around, I get help to fill out my taxes. You tell me that the billionaire Donald Trump was handling the accounting records, how this is done? Just legitimately, even for the Trump haters. Do you ponder that? Do you think Trump did this? So if not properly accounted, that's a misdemeanor, which that could be raised to a felony if false accounting was intended to cover up a second crime, such as campaign finance violation. My understanding is this is what they're trying to make this appear to be. Convince the grand jury and ultimately go to trial and convince an actual jury that there was accounting being done here that intentionally was trying to cover up some sort of campaign finance violations. That would be punishable by up to 4 years behind bars. Legal experts say the argument is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to prove in court. And even if convicted, any sort of jail time is far from certain. Even if it was bumped up to the felony, it could result in just a fine. Yeah, an indictment would begin the lengthy process that could last several months. Yeah, the case would face a mountain of legal issues. Ultimately, it would have to move toward a actual jury selection. Yeah, where do you find an impartial jury in this country in a case involving the former president of the United States? Would that be possible? I don't think so, but yeah, again, just anyone out there that, I mean, you run a small trucking business for the owner-operators. How difficult is it for you when tax time rolls around to handle your accounting? Versus how many of you use a professional service to help handle all the paperwork, the documentation, fill out these forms? Guarantee you Donald Trump hadn't filled a damn form out. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, they present all these papers to you or fax them to you or nowadays email them to you. And you sign on the dotted line there at the end of the forms, attesting that everything's truthful, but you put your faith and confidence into your preparer, your accountant, your tax preparer. Your faith is in them that it's all done correctly. But I digress. All right, see what Eagle has on his mind this Wednesday morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Steve. I'm still trying to base my opinion on this Trump situation. Like I told you last night, nothing was accomplished today. Like I said, the judge or these jurors or whatever, they supposed to be still reviewing evidence, which is nothing but garbage. So, like I said, there's no doubt in my mind that Trump he did have some type of affair with this woman. Money was exchanged hands. That's why you don't deal with low-life scumbags like her, people like her, because they know the power that Trump has, and they was gonna blackmail him And even though she got the money, that still wasn't enough. And like I say, it's embarrassing for the whole deal that they tried to bring Trump down on this. So we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get some information in tomorrow, and then, before I get my final determination on the Trump situation. But it's all bogus and garbage as far as I'm concerned. But I wanted to talk about some other things, Steve.
Sure.
That's going on right now. First of all, with NASCAR, I told you that I'm on my way back to Texas right now. I'm in Indiana after I delivered this load in Chicago, making my way back. So hopefully I could be back by Saturday or Sunday. I might stop by the race in Austin on the way back to my house. They racing in Austin, Texas this weekend on the road course. So, I will be stopping through there and maybe checking out the event. If I can get in, it might be hard to get a ticket late notice. So we'll see what happens with that. But when it comes to the situation with the truck drivers, Steve, somebody called in earlier. They were talking about U.S. Express. I noticed U.S. Express. They have another unit called what the hell are they called? Venture or Voyager? I forgot what they call these people. No, Variant Express. Now I don't know what it means for them because they were supposed to be a parent company of U.S. Express. I don't know if Variant is a part of this deal that went down. I'll have to look it up on the internet. But I know that Variant, because they had tried to get me interested in the drive. They were one of these people that were offering $10,000 sign-on bonus. And like that guy said before, it usually takes you 6 months to a year, maybe even longer than that, to receive that full $10,000. That's how they get a lot of suckers to go into these companies. They think you're gonna get the whole $10,000 when you get in the company. It don't work like that. That's just to get you in the front door and then weed out the people that they don't want. And most people will never see that $10,000, Steve. Basically, the best way to say it. Most people will be moved on. And, here's something about the truck driving deal, Steve. A lot of these guys come into the truck driving game. They have uncles and nephews that tell them about, the money that they're making, $2,000-$3,000 a week or whatever. But no rookie driver out of truck driving school driving for Swift or Warner or U.S. Express, you're not going to make that kind of money your first year. And that's why a lot of guys get into truck driving and they end up quitting. Because first of all, you're going to have to get on a trailer truck for at least 3 months or more, 3 months to 6.
And you may have to be there a couple of years at least to get to the top of the pay scale. Yeah, hang on, Eagle. Got to get our news break, though. We'll come back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Rocker Bruce Springsteen and fashion designer Vera Wang were among those awarded National Arts and Humanities medals at the White House on Tuesday.
We're a nation, a great nation, in large part because of the power of the arts and humanities. That's stamped into the DNA of America.
President Biden honored 21 performers, authors, and groups with the prizes recognizing work that's deepened the nation's understanding of the human experience, broadened citizens' engagement with history or literature, or helped preserve and expand Americans' cultural resources. New Jersey lawmakers are taking aim at concert ticket price gouging. This follows several incidents like Taylor Swift's cancellation of ticket sales. Lawmakers in the Garden State are developing a package of bills intended to protect concert goers. The bills would establish transparency requirements so buyers would be aware of every fee involved in a purchase. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here. Let me get back to Eagle, give him an opportunity to finish up here. All right, Eagle, welcome back.
Okay, yeah, let me finish up. Yeah, like I was saying, Steve, like what guy said earlier, we don't really have a truck driver shortage. There's a lot of guys that got CDLs, but a lot of guys end up quitting their first year out because, like I say, the money is not there. Most of these training companies, you're going to be making $300-400 a week. And that's before taxes. And a lot of guys, you can't take care of a wife and 2 kids or 3 kids, whatever you got. So a lot of the guys end up quitting because I remember when like I say, when I started driving back in the 90s, it was hard for me to make it off of $200 or $300 a week. When I started, I almost quit myself, the first year out because I wasn't making this kind of money. But now, that I've been doing it a long time, now I'm making money, But a lot of these new guys, I don't blame them. Nobody can wait, 2 or 3 years before you can start making some decent money. So that's the reason why we have it's like a revolving door with these companies like Swift and Warner's and the U.S. Expresses and people like that. That's why they have a trucking academies, trucking schools, because that's the only way you get somebody to drive for them. And all they do is basically tear up other people's equipment at the truck shops. When these guys can't back up the trucks. They can't even, they can't even pull into the fuel lane. They tear up fuel pumps, and they just doing more damage. I heard a guy ask the other day how does Swift even make money, but they got the cheapest freight. They lowball everybody else with their lowball freight. We had a problem down in Texas a couple of months ago where at my company, because our owner of our company, he said he'd rather let his truck sit than to haul that cheap freight out of Texas. So these low price companies like that, they that's how they put the owner operators out of business and some of the other companies, because they got this cheap freight. And like I said, they don't end up hurt. They only hurt the trucking business all along by themselves. But one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, before I hang up with you about this situation with the other politician that's the one that's involved with the situation on whatever, when they had the Capitol Hill deal, the one that's always doing a lot of talking, the blonde-haired woman, they tried to make her out to be a troublemaker, a bad guy, because she supports Donald Trump. Everything that this woman says is the truth about what happened at that day. And like you said, the video is coming out. And a lot of those people that are in jail right now, as we speak right now, Steve, should be released from jail. A lot of people should be back out on the street right now. So hopefully these people will get the justice that they finally deserve and be allowed to get out of jail for some bogus charges that they own. And as far as Trump goes, like I said, they don't have nothing on Trump, because if they'd have had something, they'd already put the charges on him right now, Steve. So they trying to work out something. They digging under every hole and crack and crevice to try to figure out something to get on Trump. But they ain't going to be able to figure out nothing, because the guy didn't do nothing wrong. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Based on, for all practical purposes, Marjorie Taylor Greene, first of all, that's who you were trying to think of from Georgia, the blonde. Yeah, it sounds like an indictment is likely forthcoming later today or Thursday, the way it sounds now. And they've explained Trump would likely then turn himself in. Yeah, not going to be wearing handcuffs. He'll get fingerprinted. He'll get the mugshot there. Then begins the long, drawn-out process of picking a jury, actually having a trial, to which, again, for the same reason that there never was a case brought for this exact same matter several years ago at the federal level. It'll go to court. Yeah, the attorneys, the mainstream media, of course, they'll have a heyday with it. Nonstop, wall-to-wall coverage during the entirety. Trump is supposedly campaigning for president. This is to make the individual, make the man look bad. Orange man, bad. Bad guy. And if you support him, you're bad as well. How dare you support such an evil man? Morning, Scarecrow. What's happening?
Steve, you asked for a billionaire's opinion. I raised my hand just as high as I could, and unfortunately, during that last break, got a word from my accountant. Apparently, I've blown through like about $999,999,999 of it. So I have about $1 left worth of opinion. So if you get 2 cents worth, you'll have to be satisfied there. Let's see here. Like this hasn't been covered enough already. Stormy Daniels and $130,000. It's funny, you go back far enough, the name Stormy Daniels come up. Oh, the whispers and gossip, and you wouldn't believe what she does. Oh, did you hear what she does? Well, now she's pretty much a household name. But I'm really curious. Now, I've admitted to living under the rock on occasion and coming out, find out what the hell is going on. Please enlighten me. What is so different about this time around? I mean, it's been several years since we went through Stormy Daniels and $130,000. What the hell is so different today? Has the left run out of crap to talk about that they're redredging up? What been covered in the past?
That is correct.
Oh, man. And history, you have to believe is going to repeat itself, that it's all going to be found just a bunch of horse crap anyway, and just like every other thing they've thrown on the wall, hoping it's going to stick. Well,
What it does is it keeps Donald Trump in the headlines. It is the ability for the mainstream to have nonstop coverage, negative, detrimental. The bad orange man gives them something to talk about around the clock as the campaign trail, as the clock ticks down toward another election, trying to convince individuals, anyone that supports this man, you're as bad as he is for supporting this criminal.
Oh yeah, you're right. They got to keep his name out there, and they got to keep some controversy of some type hung around his neck there. But well, let's see. I may as well cover it now, just in case I get in tomorrow night. There, tomorrow night will be the last night for a couple of weeks or so. Week
Really?
And a half. Yeah. Be pretty much solar powered for a little bit. The daughter-in-law and granddaughter, they're going to be arriving from South Korea, rather, on Thursday. I'll take a road trip up to Minneapolis to pick them up. And then Friday, Stewie, he's out in Virginia right now, learning how to, I don't know, be a base commander or something like that. But either way, he's going to show up Friday in La Crosse, so we'll drag him home. And so there's going to be a whole bunch of bonding that's going to be taking place next week or so. And so, if you don't hear me, I haven't disappeared under that other rock that I was talking about. Just going to have to pick up on some of the podcasts, I guess, and take it from there. But,
well, it sounds like hopefully a good time. A little spend some time with the fam, and that's a good thing.
Oh yeah, and he's all making all kinds of plans for. I've been babysitting his truck. Well, he wants to do this to it and do that to it, and wash and wax and maintenance type of things, Well, I'm thinking there's going to be a whole lot of bonding at a couple watering holes, but that might be a difference of opinion. What the bride thinks about, we should deal with too, and it all likely sounds like our Foster Pooch will be following them back to Korea in a couple of weeks, but that's not etched in stone yet. But yeah, beyond that, and for what it's worth, that Blatz is still being processed. It's not in the mail yet.
Okay, that's.
Be expecting something there or whatnot. So you'll have to arm wrestle with Heat Wave there as to whether you want to share any with you or not. Other than that, man, it's been pretty dry on my end, and we've been dealing with broken trucks and that cloud that I talked about hanging over Heat Wave. It's been hanging over my end of the trucking world for the last week or so. That's why there hasn't been much response on my end. But with that, I leave it alone. If we don't bend you here tomorrow night, I will.
All right, and
be
we'll
waiting for updates from the truck show.
We'll pass that your way. Look forward to when we do hear from you again. Thank you for checking in. All right, John, what do we have? As far as Michael Cohen is concerned, statement says, bottom line here, Steve, is the corrupt DA there in New York threatened Trump's attorney, Michael Cohen, with jail time unless he turns on Trump, which he did to keep from going to jail. Cohen's advisor, who is an attorney, states that Cohen's testimony cannot be trusted, and he gave multiple reasons why. All of a sudden, now, after how many years, Cohen's statements have changed. Why, you ask? Well, he didn't want to go to jail because he knows the communist district attorney will falsify charges on him. Meanwhile, hello, Truck and Phil. What do we got here? Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation, the great product of Staybill. Kind of a mild, rainy 55 in Fort Wayne. Mild 53 for Sterling Heights today. Be safe and enjoy the day, and we'll do it all again. Going to make that flip. Stay safe out there. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And there's Steve on board there in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners. The halfway mark quickly approaches, and we'll start looking forward to the weekend. All right, the coffee's hot. We're ready, headed towards town, see what we can get into today. And it looks like it might be a wet one today. Check your local listings. All right, thank you very much. They're in Columbus, Ohio. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I think it was final hour last night. We were talking about Miami Beach, where the mayor in Miami says, we didn't ask for spring break. We don't want spring break. The residents are sick of all this craziness. And they were talking about implementing a curfew again coming up this weekend after the violence that unfolded last weekend. And I guess even the locals, people that live there, they're saying, well, why do we have to deal with the curfew? That's inconveniencing us. So after the pushback, we're talking about a curfew this weekend. They will not impose a midnight Eastern time curfew this weekend. Instead, the city of Miami Beach will ban liquor sales after 6 p.m. Eastern time. Locals were opposed to the idea of a curfew. So the city commission voted 6-1 to close liquor sales after 6 p.m. Just 4 out of 7 voted for a curfew. A curfew is not a long-term solution, and a second 72-hour closure would only serve to punish the law-abiding businesses, according to one commissioner. The volume of people in our city, the unruly nature of too many of them, And the presence of guns has created a peril that cannot go unchecked. But it's clear that even an unprecedented police presence could not prevent these incidents from occurring. Yeah, while most come here to enjoy the amenities of Miami Beach, the overwhelming volume of visitors, a few that come with bad intentions, creates a wholly intolerable situation. This is the third consecutive year that the Miami Beach violence and unrest has forced a curfew on the people. All right, so I don't know. So you've announced no liquor sales after 6 p.m. I guess that just means what the bars and whatnot will have to shutter their doors at 6. Or does everybody flock into the convenience stores to stock up? Yeah, make sure you got enough to go through. Until when do they reopen sales? 6 the next morning or something? I don't know. Hey, say Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. My question is, I don't know what in the world Trump ever saw in Stormy Daniels. She's not a whore; she's a prostitute. But that was a high dollar amount for 15 minutes of work, I reckon. You got a German Shepherd, right?
My son does.
Oh, your son does?
Yeah,
well, there's a California bill out there that would ban police dogs from arrest, crowd control, and cites racial bias. So them police German Shepherds are racial, Steve.
Is that right?
I didn't know they were racial.
I didn't either.
I know they don't care whether you're a white guy or a black guy. You got about 2.5 seconds to get to that fence, or you're going to get bit, right?
Exactly.
Yep. There was an armed Florida man down there wearing a devil's mask. He was stopped by the strip club security guards. Now, why would you wear a devil's mask carrying a gun into a strip store? That just don't make any sense there. And I read that, what's that guy's name that was a quarterback for San Francisco this past year? Didn't he get traded to Las Vegas?
I don't know. I'm not up to speed on the quarterbacks.
Galapagos or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he got traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. I think that's who they are now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, there's a couple of them prostitutes out there that guaranteed him sex for life, Steve. 2 women in the bed at one time. Imagine that. And he didn't have to pay nothing for it at all because he is a good-looking man.
How about that?
And I never thought that. Yeah, I thought I'd never agree with Richard Dawkins. He declares that there are only 2 sexes as a matter of science, and that's all there is. So I agree with him on that. You're either a man or you're a woman. So anyway, it's almost time to go to the house, Steve, and kick them feet up and get a cold one in that hand there. So y'all have a great morning there, and we'll try to put the spoke on you tomorrow night.
All right, have a good morning there. Thanks for checking in, Knucklebuster. So right on the heels of, it's the whole you go woke, you go broke, which continues to play out true with each passing day. And communities, Portland, Oregon, the economics apparently in Portland have become so untenable for multiple businesses. It's like they're leaving in droves. Walmart shuttering their remaining stores in the city limits. Out of here. Now you've got Cracker Barrel, Old Country Stores. They will join Applebee's. And as I mentioned, Walmart. A mass exodus from Portland. Now, while Walmart's been hit by theft and shaky public safety concerns, they tell us, Cracker Barrel is citing the post-pandemic economy. As a standard course of business, they say, we continually evaluate the performance of our stores using various criteria to ensure we meet the needs of the guests in our businesses. With that, we're saddened that we have been unable to overcome the impact that, quote, the pandemic has had on our business And we have made the difficult decision. You see, now, in one community, one city, a.k.a. Portland, yeah, I could understand maybe one area may not be living up to their standards. It's all of them. Our Beaverton, our Tualatin, our Bend location, they're shutting down all of them. Isn't that something? They did not, in this case, mention crime as the reason for the struggling business, but many companies have been forced out of the riot-hit Democrat-run city since 2020. Residents have fled the city, deterioration of safety and living conditions there. The decision to close a store is never one we take lightly, and our focus right now is in assisting our impacted employees. We extend our sincere thanks to our employees who've worked so hard to keep our fireplace glowing and our guests who've dined with us, celebrated with us, and made us part of their community. Well, we look forward to reconnecting at other times at nearby Cracker Barrels in the future. The irony that it's just all three locations in the city of Portland. Out of here. I don't have a number on how many Applebee's will be exiting the city. Walmart closing their last, I believe there were 2 remaining locations inside the city limits of Portland. Do you notice a bit of a trend here? You go woke, you go broke. And who's got Portland on their list of destinations? I think I'd love to live in Portland. Maybe time for a leadership change there, folks. Well, if the woke people could ever wake up, no pun intended, I don't think that's going to happen, though. You get what you wish for. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Thanks for being with us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.